Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Do evento que mudará para sempre a história da saúde na América Latina. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Good morning. We are at the last day of our Colmeia Summit, KIS 21, and there is a lot to happen. We have over 17,000 visits and over 27 hours of live broadcasting. And for today, we have great expectations. Share the event in your social media with the hashtag KIS21, hashtag FIS Experience, and also at the FIS Initiative website. On Twitter, we are also on in real time, in our Instagram also with lives, interviews of our speakers and guests, and we're also on the Trust social media, where health is connected. So look at your profiles, connect, invite your friends to this major health ecosystem. Although today is our last day, we already want to announce that in November, we will be back with FIS 21 and the new launch, which will be Symmetry. Today, our moderator will be Vera Valente, Executive Director of Saúde. Our panelists are Product Director of HL7 FHIR and Health Intersections, Graham Grieve, Paulo Magnus, CEO and founder of MV, and Rogério Scarabel, President of ANS, the Brazilian health regulator. Let us begin our first panel of the day. Okay, good morning, everyone. Very modern and different. Sitting from home, Graham all the way from Australia. So I am Vera Valente, Executive Director of Saúde, and I am honored to mediate this debate today. Well, initially it might sound complex, but it will be very useful to all of us in data interoperability and unification. First, some words about Saúde. We are an entity that represents the main groups of HMOs, health plans, health managers, insurers, and dental plans. We cover 40% of the Brazilian private health market with 48 million beneficiaries, equivalent to the population of Spain. I'm very inspired by this panel because my first professional experience in the area of health was an initiative that illustrates very well the importance of data and interoperability. Over 27 years in the Ministry of Health, I managed the process to implement the National Health Card with the SUS Public Health System of Brazil. We wanted to have information of all patients in the public health system and infrastructure that joined the Federation, all 27 states, and all the over 5,000 cities of Brazil. And it's not hard to imagine the complexity of this project. That was in 1998. But unfortunately, the level of complexity did not enable us to implement the full project. So therefore, Brazil has still not been able to exploit the enormous possibilities of this implementation. We would have the patient reports, historical information, epidemiological information, drug delivery and distribution information, and this unfortunately was not completed. It's been very difficult, but I think that things will get better and easier from now on. And therefore, we have several players in the area of health because we're going on to a new business model guided by data and value generation.
It is an essential ally for evidence-based medicine because it gives us better indicator development, standardization of data, and the use of development metrics. In this new business model, information is shared by all service providers involved in customer care. Without interoperability, this is not possible. And the pandemic is accelerated this trend. The technology is present in healthcare, as is clear with the development of telemedicine. And the pandemic possibilities. And data sharing is an essential component. One of the most obvious components is that we can trace better neurological profiles and we can program, face, and track diseases with the potential to contribute to healthcare of our communities. It is increasingly clear that it is essential to have a well-integrated and interoperable system that share information between the government, providers, partners, and users. We have to make progress in the technological integration. That will take us to the topic of our panel, interoperability and data unification. This is not a challenge only in Brazil. The U.S. American Society of Hospital presented an agenda to improve the interoperability in the system in the United States. Everybody agrees that we need data that talk amongst themselves. But how to do this is the great challenge. Providers and operators, we have to do our homework. Healthcare systems are recognized as silos of information within organizations, as this can no longer be the case. We have to talk amongst silos. Our world needs to be convergent. Our common challenge is to make data exchange viable and deliver 24/7 where and when it's necessary. What we have today is healthcare services provided by a number of healthcare professionals and services, and this is still fragmented. Data is scattered amongst several providers, and healthcare systems and the beneficiaries do not have a comprehensive perspective of information. Patient information is not available to consolidate healthcare when there is an interruption in the relationship of the beneficiary with the professional. And this entails two immediate problems: less efficient healthcare, because you don't have data available on the record of the patient, and treatment can be more expensive due to lack of information or due to incomplete clinical data. Sometimes reports and tests are repeated because there is no access to previous tests, losing costs and having an immediate effect in monthly payment of insurance coverage. we see that there has been an increase of 30% of requests of tests of health insurance. Brazilians have twice as many MRIs than OECD patients. So who pays the account are all the beneficiaries of health insurance. Technology is an ally in the responsible use of information so that we can use more efficient models, more rational models, and less expensive. Other than that, if we consider the availability of information, that is, their interoperability, we can also better plan the necessary capacity of healthcare structures. A new and essential topic is the General Act of Data Protection. It is very rigorous in the protection of the confidentiality and privacy of data of patients and providers. This is good, but it is a leverage to make progress in interoperability so that data is made available in a safe and responsible manner. In order to have a very well fine-tuned interoperability, we need shared systems. In Brazil, the private healthcare services with providers and users play an essential role. And this is the backdrop of our panel, a challenging topic that poses many questions. What can we do so that interoperability, in fact, has good results, especially in Brazil? Which are the tasks, the obstacles, and the challenges? This is what we will talk about this morning with specialists that work in the responsibility of sharing data. Health 7 FHR and Director of Health Intersections Ply Limited, Mr. Graham Grieve, Director of Products. He is one of the specialists in interoperability. HL7 has an interesting standard to exchange e-records. Welcome, Graham, directly from Australia. We also have Paulo Magnus, engineer specialized in electricity. He is the president and founder of MV. He is one of the largest IT companies in Brazil, not only present in Brazil, but in Latin America and Africa. And the alternate CEO of ANS, Rogério Scarabel. So I will start with my questions, and then I will get questions from the virtual audience. I will start with Graham. Graham, the whole world is dealing with an increasingly need to interoperable data for evidence-based healthcare services. With HL7, which are the best practices and experiences that you're aware of in which you have participated, Graham? And how can your experience inspire us and teach us here in Brazil? Thank you. I think you're muted, sir.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and sorry about being muted. What we've learned in the last 10 years is that interoperability is not a technical problem. It's a question of getting people to agree with each other. It's a social problem more than a technical problem, and you need social engineering techniques to solve the problem. You need to build open communities that are public repositories of knowledge for how to solve these problems. It's a huge problem that we have in the past. Companies would often solve the problems by themselves, and they did it all differently. And so it's a matter of teaching the engineers and the business analysts to reach out to our open community and to contribute to that open community. Once you have that, it becomes a self-perpetuating thing that everybody reaches out to, and interoperability becomes that much easier because the underlying technical decisions are much more aligned. And for me, the experience around building open communities and encouraging people to contribute is the real lesson that we've learned, and to leverage what the social web is.
Definitely. This is what we hear most. You're muted, your mic is off. Okay, now I will ask a question to Paulo Magnus as an entrepreneur that deals with software and health management solutions. You are probably feeling in your own skin the effects of the pandemic. And I believe that the effect can be considered positive in the sense that we have to trigger online services. Technology is finally here to stay in healthcare. Do you agree, Paulo? What is the role that the exponential progress of telemedicine had and the use of technology applied in healthcare during the pandemic has evolved so much? Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning in this panel, sharing knowledge, best practices, and learning. The topic, interoperability, is essential, and maybe there's great frustration for all of us in the healthcare service that showed before the pandemic, which are the essential needs. We have made little progress in our country in everything that has to do with technologies that are used by 500,000 users of systems that are implemented in healthcare units. And when we talk about the possibility of taking care of millions of users, we realize that this new world is here to stay. Last year, there was a moment in which 50% of our support capacity with technologies that started being used fully in their online possibilities. All of ours, operators, hospitals, clinics, offices, all professionals started using technologies in a more comprehensive manner. We dream with the possibility of building the digital transformation in our country, and we had the first digital hospital setup, paperless hospital in Latin America, the first certified electronic record. And what did we realize? Ultimately, we realized that the pandemic was the leap forward we needed. Telemedicine. We have been talking so much about it, and we built so many platforms for so long. We traveled the world looking for best practices. We overnight realized that this was essential for the integration of people, healthcare professionals, all around the world. We realized that interoperability is essential and is something that is necessary. And telemedicine, tele-appointment, and online visits were implemented already for some time in our company, but now we can integrate all of these technology tools in the public health sector. So when we take a look at what is taking place in remote locations where we have online visits for the vulnerable communities in different regions in the world, we realize, and we are certain of the importance of connectivity and interoperability of health systems. Telemedicine is essential, that yes, is here to stay. Nobody will be able to say that this was the case only during the pandemic. If there are any changes, telemedicine will still be used. These are my first comments, Vera. Thank you. Yes, telemedicine is here to stay, but we need the legal framework, don't we? And we have talked about this topic with all stakeholders. Dr. Scarabel Di Rogerio. This work, the government opened a public consultation for the national policy of private health. One of the guidelines talks about the monitoring and integration of private health insurance, healthcare services integrated to the public service. Other than that, do you think that this integration opportunity can be used for the interoperability of different types of indicators that would help us better know cases, measure clinical endpoints, and improve development and results in private healthcare? Thank you, Rogerio. Thank you, Vera. Hello, good morning. I would like to say hello to all the participants, and I'm so happy to be here at this Colmeia Nova Summit. And I would like to say hello to Dr. Villar. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to say hello to my co-members here at the panel, Mr. Grieve and Mr. Magnus. And I would like to say hello to all ANS employees. We have been apart for so long, but technology gives us the possibility to talk and chat and work together. So I want to say hi to all ANS employees, Paulo, Bruno, Mauricio, everybody, and Cesar. And hello to all the participants with us this morning. Your question is very timely and interesting, Vera, because yes, as you have mentioned, we have a guideline, and this is an essential topic for us all. And the development of the health system has been debated by ANS for many years now, and we have made progress in this sense. So there has been an exchange of information between ANS, which is the National Private Health Agency, in order to get to know patients better and measure clinical endpoints in private health. Our information systems include a number of data that are essential in the activities planned by ANS, the ongoing improvement of processes, decision-making, improvement of quality, efficiency, ANS, and in healthcare services in general. It's an exchange of information, and our agency has a lot of healthcare information in the private sector. Everybody knows that all our data are published in our site in open data and the monthly panels we publish. So in this sense, I believe that, yes, information should be interoperable and should converge towards more assertive decisions that can be made by managers and everybody in society. And we also know that the information system needs different solutions. Paulo mentioned telemedicine, so we need to integrate all of these areas to produce relevant information that can support better decision-making. And this is a challenge, an important challenge for the Ministry of Health, for the agency, and the private health sector as a whole. Information of data will support us in decision-making and guarantee patient information for healthcare providers, management of care, prevent waste, rationalize limited resources, promoting better management, not only from the perspective of quality, but also from the financial perspective. Dr. Magnus mentioned everything about the possibility to provide healthcare services in remote locations. Imagine how much is saved in commuter expenses and other resources needed to provide access to healthcare in remote locations. So this has to do with the possibility of having this conversation with different technological tools. Our agency is doing all efforts to help the private health sector in the implementation of these initiatives. So we need to know about patients and endpoints. ANS has devoted its time to interoperability to contribute with progress made. The TIS standard, which is the platform for information exchange in private healthcare, contributes for the debate on the compensation model. It is a model that we use for the TIS standard. So these are tools that are essential in the creation of our studies and options, especially everything that has to do with the times we're living of such uncertainty. So ANS has the challenge to qualify data and guarantee everything we can do in the provision of solutions that can be provided. TIS is the compulsory standard implemented in 2013. With this project, in 2005, we had the first resolution. So since 2005, our agency is gathering all the information and standardizing all activities based upon this information and codes. And I agree that we need to assess which are the new unifications of data proposed by the health department. But it's a win-win situation. Our sector wins with this sharing and interoperability of information with this initiative and this improvement of unification of data from the public healthcare system and the private system. Thank you. Thank you, Rogerio. Now a question from the virtual audience for you, sir, from Mr. Grieve. Okay, Graham, a question for you. What is the trend of interoperability in the world? Where are we heading? It's a question from the audience, Graham.
Sure. So there's not a single simple answer to that question. At the tech level, everybody's absolutely heading around the world towards APIs, web-based APIs, web technologies, fire, sure. That's a pretty common theme, but that's a direction. How far have we got? Some countries are pushing really hard and have got quite a long way, and other countries, nah, not so much. At a policy level, everyone's struggling with the consequences of making information free at the technical level and dealing with the ramifications of security and consent and the interplay between the two of them, and how much harder it is to manage really large amounts of information. And I don't know that there's any like learned policy outcomes yet. I know that the Global Digital Health Group is quite, talking a lot about it, but I don't there's no simple answers around security and consent. And I also see, looking around the world, that the pendulum continues to swing between centralizing data, building a big central data store that you have to secure and manage, versus creating APIs that give you access to distributed information, so the information doesn't get centralized. And then you have to manage access instead of managing security. And the pendulum seems to swing backwards and forwards between those things, like the old cloud versus local computing, because there's no single good answer to that. And what I see is that businesses will learn they can't manage one, so they'll try the other, and then they'll go back. But I think for me, an emerging lesson there is if you have a common API framework so that your technical interfaces between the distributed and the central systems are the same, then you can much more easily choose which information you're going to centralize, rather than it being a 10-year choice, which you just can't manage. It's, the same API, so it's a week-by-week choice. In the business space and interoperability, I see a transformation happening at the moment for the middleware companies. The middleware companies till now have very much focused on manipulating information as it passes in pipelines through interface engines. And now what I'm hearing from the market is that's becoming trivial. Open source libraries that do that stuff, why would you spend money on that? It's just, it's going to hold you back. And the middleware companies are more and more focusing on value-added services at a higher level around specialized person and clinical data repositories. So it's a transformation of the business. That hasn't happened yet, but it's certainly happening. And I'm watching that, with a lot of interest. At the political level, it's becoming clear that building really good, solid national infrastructure that is reusable is a hard investment to make. It's really hard to sell to the political leaders. They don't get a building they can open. They don't get a win that they can show to the voters. And so it's really hard to get them to focus on building infrastructure that will last 20, 30 years. And yet that's critical for every country. And I think that in 10 years' time, we're going to look back at this period of the pandemic and what came before and what follows and say, we really learned which countries could invest in building solid digital infrastructure. And my country and your country are not great examples of that. And I think there's actually some culture to that if you live in a country like Australia where you look around your neighbours and you feel secure, it's really hard to focus on doing the hard stuff under the covers. Whereas if you live in a small country and look over your border and go, whoa, that's a bit scary, it helps people focus. And so particularly the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, they're really good at this stuff. Because they look over their border and they see Russia. And so I think that for Brazil and Australia and China and USA, it's going to prove really difficult. So I think, there's a bunch of trends pulling in different directions. At least at the technical level, as far as I can tell, for the actual data exchange, we really do have convergence towards FHIR, but the problem for a lot of countries is it's a typical 20-year journey from laying down a direction to coming to the end of having made the most of the direction you're on. Countries that are laying down infrastructure now are saying, right, web, FHIR, building on terminology, whereas countries that chose to start 10 years ago or 15 years ago, they're not doing that because, they're still trying to finish off the last round of work. And so that's a ongoing challenge for some countries.
Thank you. As I said in the introduction, it's a way of no return, but it's a long way forward. And now, I would like to ask a second question for you, Paulo. Paulo, telemedicine is taking off all over the world, specifically in Brazil. Do you believe that other healthcare initiatives that need technology as interoperability and e-records, are they going in the same direction and speed? How can we take advantage of what has happened as far as digitalization and online services is concerned during the pandemic? Can we take advantage of this? Well, today in Brazil, we have evolved in the use of electronic record technologies in the last 2 decades. We are looking at a world. I visited Israel a little before the pandemic started, and Israel is digital for the last 25 years. So if we consider that maybe we are lagging 35 years behind Israel, but the pandemic has helped us. The pandemic cut the distance, and there has been an evolution of digital technologies used. Paperless is a unit that we created in 2010. We are talking about 10 years ago. The first digital office was implemented in 2016, 4 years ago. We talk about interoperability, a single record integration for the public health system. I'm fascinated by these topics, but what we need to do is to solve a number of technology infrastructure possibilities so that technology will get to the most remote locations, which is where it can give us highest impact. The accounts court of the nation in 2017 or 2018, I don't remember the exact figure, but studies show that due to savings of inappropriate tests, mistakes, and loss of lives due to digital technology, lack of digital technology that could improve all of these outcomes. And only in the use of interoperability, preventing new tests if they are unnecessary. We're talking about 20 billion per year. Sometimes I compare this with a large city, for instance, any Brazilian capital, for instance, where if we consider the simple world of a company like mine, it is very easy to get to Brazilian capitals and provide service in more than 20 or 30 hospitals that will provide healthcare services. And the thing is that if a patient needs to change hospital, healthcare service, health location, has to redo all the tests. So I don't believe that we will take so long to integrate everything. I think that we will speed up our evolution. It's a dream for the future. And I truly believe that in the future, through the use of these integration technologies for the integration of different devices and software, I believe that we will effectively make technology available in everyone's homes with a great integration amongst healthcare professionals and users. Each one of us will have access through their cell phones, through our TV sets at home, this whole new set and array of devices that will be integrated amongst themselves. Maybe a bracelet or a watch or something attached to our body that will give us all the information we need to integrate our technologies, and will eventually give us the possibility to monitor healthy people as well. There is a situation here in Brazil, which is the cost of healthcare, 50 million people that depend on private health insurance, and costs have increased tremendously. So it is unviable for providers, which are employers and companies that hire private health insurance. The public health system here in Brazil covers 75% of Brazilian population, and there is a set of repetitions of tests and visits. Imagine what we're talking about. For instance, somebody comes to a public hospital that costs maybe 10 times more than a nonprofit or philanthropic service, and he has any health issue, and the test gives us a result. And maybe hospitalization will take 1 week longer, or a surgery will take to make the appointment 1 week later because the CAT scan was not done, or because the heart deficiency report was not written, taking so long for procedures. So data integration and the possibility to provide services in one location to solve all health problems in one single location. This will give us the possibility to improve care. Brazil needs this, but there have been many initiatives. Vera mentioned 20 years ago, there was a movement, and we almost reached the status of having electronic patient reports 4 or 5 years ago. We started this path. We need to make a decision, but I believe that these decisions need to start small, in small communities, in small integration hubs, so that we can actually build and create technologies. If we want to create grandiose programs, nobody will pay the bill, and then nothing happens. But if we start small, building technologies by tiny bits, delivering small results that will bring important results, definitive results, legacies that are here to stay, we will be able to make progress in a more robust manner without needing a pandemic to push us forward in the transformation. In these last years, we implemented a technology called global health, and we're focusing this year on trying to make all technologies in our last versions to reach the market in an integrated manner. I don't know if will be a national integration, but we will make all we can in our agency to integrate everything in an automated manner. How will it be used, or when will it be used? Well, I believe that each one of us, as the center of everything, the accountable party of your self-care, the future will imply that each one of us will have more responsibility with our health. ANS and all the agencies will have at a given moment, and I would say that they will have to establish priorities and decide if providers, companies, and people will try to include within the healthcare ecosystem a more qualified interoperability. Because if we make progress and we minimally achieve this, imagine what this could be. I have a company with 1,600 employees, and all of my employees, they are part of a self-care program. Can you imagine what this is? If they carry a device, a wrist watch, a bracelet, and they regularly take tests, and these results are available in an integrated ecosystem for any operator. And if I can take care of the health of my collaborators, I am certain, and I believe that this will result in fantastic results. So this will change the reality of where it is part of, building legacies, starting in a small scale with small penetration. We can do a lot with small changes, and we won't ever be able to do everything at the same time. So what I truly believe is that we will live this transformation. I am very optimistic. I think that in my lifetime, I will witness the integration of the health sector in this country to improve everybody's lives. Thank you. Thank you. I have talked about the healthcare ecosystem so much. Everybody plays a role, everybody has a behavior, and we have to contribute to the sustainability of the system. We're not only talking about technology, but also a change in attitude and how you see yourself in this system. There is a comment says that a study by RG Brazil platform 1.8 hospitalization of more than 500,000 individuals, 38% of hospitalizations could have been prevented. So the challenge to cut costs and better organize the system, creating more efficiency. And I agree with you. I think this is possible. And we have to start small. I have a question for you, Dr. Rogerio, from our virtual audience. When we talk about interoperability, which is the largest challenge regulatory agencies have in this decade? And another question I would like to introduce is the following. In order to make interoperability work, we need to standardize data, reports, disease codes, and procedure codes. And we have to make everything compatible. And this is the question of the audience. The committee to standardize health information has made progress in this sense. And which will be progress made in the short term? And which is the most difficult challenge?
Vera, FIS is a very important committee at ANS. Let me just make a comment first of all. Today, the TIS resolution is number 305 in 2012. So these rules in the TIS, let me explain what they do, because we mention TIS or TIS as if we were in a small meeting, but I need to explain that to our public. The TIS aims at standardizing administrative actions, requests, authorizations, purchasing payment, resources, and they subsidize ANS to monitor both financially and socially the private HMOs, the private health plans, and it also has electronic control of the data of all the health insurers. All this is done by ANS through a collective construction, which is the standardizing committee called COPIS. COPIS is a consulting board. In its meetings, representatives bring to the agency, to ANS, all the important information that we can use to jointly enhance the development of the TIS. So COPIS, this board, it has the consulting board, of course, but it also has some guest institutions such as Anvisa, the health surveyor, the National Health Confederation, the Brazilian group of IT in health. So a series of entities that contribute to the standardization of the TIS by these technical groups. So the purpose of the TIS standard is first and foremost to standardize, and this has already been done. Everything is already up and running for several years. Right now, ANS is qualifying the data that is received and consolidating and using them to subsidize their regulatory actions to integrate the information from the public and from the private health segment. And this is done through the National Health Data Network under the Ministry of Health. So besides these objectives, the last COPIS meeting action was to standardize and comply with LGPD, which is the recent private data protection law approved in Brazil. So the challenges of TIS right now are to consolidate the implementation of the unified technology for materials. We know that there is an enormous diversity of materials, and this is very broad, specifically with regards to a consensus on their classification as special materials. So this is very important, and it's our present challenge. Another challenge is to ensure monitoring, reliability, and the compliance and implementation of the new data protection law. So we are adjusting the TIS standard to the new law and also integrating data between the public and the private health systems. And this will bring a lot of learning and knowledge so that concerning public policies in the country. So besides these measures, and we're including the COPIS and the different technical groups that have been progressing and enabling ANS to submit all the information to the Ministry of Health. But we need to advance further in terms of data prediction so that we can make up the electronic records on the private health system, and to adjust all that to comply with the LGPD, the new data protection law. So we're carrying out this major project to adjust TIS to the new law, because TIS is a collector of data that is very important. So many very interesting systems, many questions. We are already reaching the end of our panel, but I would like to hear a last comment from each of you. Graham, considering what Rogério has just told us, and with the long experience in Australia with the data privacy law, what recommendations and advice could you give to Brazil? Because this law was implemented recently in August of last year. And when you answer your question, please include any final comments, because that will be your last chance. Thank you.
Well, so I'll start by saying that we can't speak to any long experience in Australia privacy laws, because we don't really have good privacy laws here in Australia. We have some. I'm actually more familiar with European regulation, GDPR, and how that plays out, and it's an ongoing challenge, I think, because the laws. So I'm not familiar with the Brazilian law, but the laws around the world make a set of expectations around how the information ecosystem is structured, and then address their regulations towards that structure. And they reflect business assumptions. The underlying information is more fluid than those laws anticipate. And so at the technical level, those create challenges for the standards and the implementation. They assume things that can be done by humans that can't scale by computers, and they assume that things that won't happen now, they assume things won't happen that actually will happen. And I think that if I look across the world, what I see is that people generally build data repositories based on particular agreements around how the data is going to be handled. And those specific agreements turn out to be the most fragile part of the whole information ecosystem that we have. And that as your capabilities get enhanced and researchers and public health officials and politicians come to you and ask new questions, you find that you could answer those questions from the data, but not under the agreements for its use. And so I think that is going to be an ongoing challenge, because everybody will want to use the data as effectively as possible for safety and efficiency and public health purposes. But it will be increasingly hard to collect data without making people assurances around how it's used. I really don't know what the solution to that is. I mean, there's some countries in the world where you have no privacy, and there's no expectation that you will. And there's, but in those countries they can't collect some data because people won't give the data. In other countries, there's very strong expectations of privacy, but then it turns out people sell data to companies, and when you sell data to companies, you sell data about other people, and that's a real legal grey zone. Particularly if you get your medical records are loaded up with information about the care providers, and then you sell that medical record to a Facebook, say let's pick on Facebook. You, as the provider of your personal data, have some personal protections, but there's the law around the protection of the provider of healthcare in your record. That's really unclear. And I think that more generally, as we learn to share data more effectively, to solve the technical challenges associated with sharing data, the personal and health ramifications will become more difficult to deal with. And we'll spend more time talking about how to manage people's expectations about the data than we actually talk about managing the data itself. For me, that's going to be really important, because unifying data, at the end of the day, unifying data doesn't actually solve anybody's problem. What solves people's problems is providing them with healthcare services and common work areas where they can share provision of care. You need the data to be unified in order to do that. But the data itself very rarely solves any problems. And so unifying data is, a step of building services that are people orientated, whether that is the provider of care or the family that takes the care, that provides the care, or the patient, and making them personal focused rather than, at the moment, they're very much institution focused around the world. Institutions build records, institutions build systems. The records and the systems serve the institutions that built them, not the staff of the institution or the patients at the institution. And so for me, a big part of our focus has to be on figuring out how to build personal focused services that allow people to have clear expectations. One last thing I want to say is, for me, it's critical, if we're going to have success in this area, that people contribute publicly and to public stores of knowledge, so that companies need to work and make money, but they can't capture and hold data and knowledge. I want them to be able to, I want companies to be able to make money from services, but I don't want them to be able to hold people hostage by owning knowledge. And so for me, it's critical that people in healthcare collaborate together to build public knowledge stores that make us all richer, build a civil society that we can all benefit from and get better healthcare and get paid to provide healthcare. For me, that's a critical part of the future, is making sure that that knowledge is open and that we all contribute a little bit of our time to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham, for your words. Well, I will ask a question, and I will ask Paulo and Rogerius with your final comments, because I think that your perspective on this issue is very interesting. The problem that we face so that interoperability really takes off is the lack of trust amongst agents. The provider does not trust the regulator. And how can we deal with this? And how can we take action, we providers, insurers, to overcome this mistrust? Paulo, with your final comments. 2 minutes to go. Rogerio, you have 2 minutes each. Thank you. Great. We only have 2 minutes, because it would be great if we had also such little time to implement the group of solutions that will be great and very beneficial for the ecosystem. First, what we need to do is solve the way in which we integrate everything. We're going the right direction. The individual ID number will be the number that we will use for everything. In the past, I introduced certain ideas, but it is very difficult to know which is the password, which is your card number, your health insurance number. So the first thing is the following. There should be a public policy of logins and passwords that should be simple and safe within the legal framework of the National Data Protection Act. So how the user will learn, many things. How can I will get my login and password? That is the first step. Safety, and my dream is that we will build an health ecosystem that will be safe and easy. The problem between operators, governments, and hospitals, the pandemic was the scenario in which we made a lot of efficient improvements. The pandemic helped us improve processes But within the National Technology Exchange Program, there are certain bugs. We have specific applicable laws, and we need to once again organize ourselves. The communication between the procedures for procurement. There should be total transparency and procurement between hospitals and the government. 32 years ago, yes, 1988, the national payment system was created. Imagine if the national payment system still followed the same rules that they created when it was implemented 30 years ago. We wouldn't go anywhere. We would make no progress. Today, we have PIX, which is a quick transfer system for bank transfers. PIX, it works very well. So the provider and the operator has money that they save postponing decisions. But money is always available within deadlines, and ANS, Rogério, plays an essential role in the definition of the legal framework. By 2025, we still have 2 or 3 years to go. We need to deliver a more strict framework. We need to create legislation, which are the two things that work in this country, the IRS and banks. Why don't we have our own ecosystem? Why can't we? So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here this morning. I hope we have contributed to make our part in this system, which I love and I devote my life to. Thank you. Thank you, Paulo. Rogério, your take-home messages answering the question I asked you and Paulo. Okay, Vera. I think that the search for concept integration is essential. We need to guarantee that information can be integrated. That is the great challenge within an ongoing processes of creation, use, exchange, creating information, and cutting unnecessary information within a legal framework and standards, necessary standards that will define and allocate responsibilities, metrics, and technologies for the monitoring and auditing procedures to guarantee greater interoperability of information and make progress in the integration, making information public. Graham really was perfect in his presentation. Our purpose at the agency is to try to transform all information in data and make this available to society, being part of this important debate with stakeholders trying to take all information to the public sphere and making progress in transparency. And what Paulo just mentioned, in the sense that we need to establish conversations with all stakeholders in an open channel with the agency, with ANS, so that everybody can be part of this conversation. And our great concern is the weight of the legal burden. But what Paulo mentioned is essential. We need to simplify our objectives at the agency. Simplify systems, operations, and interoperability. Vera, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, everybody at Colmeia Nova Summit, KISS 21. It was great to be here with Paulo, with Graham, with you, Vera. Thank you very much for the invitation. It was an honor. Okay, so this is it. Thank you very much for your participants. Great debate, a lot of insights. So much more could be said, but there is a large challenge in this path towards interoperability, but we have to walk this path as quickly as possible with all the necessary legal framework and trying to focus on the advantages that the healthcare system would enjoy in this interoperability unification process. Thank you. Thank you, FIS, for the invitation to be the moderator of this essential panel. And thank you very much, my dear friend José Villar, and congratulations on this fantastic Colmeia Nova Summit, such a success. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante. Tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo, aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Nova com a turma do remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections. 。
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, num mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos.
We are back. Investing in startups is not easy at all. You need to know the needs of your target public and other things that will be discussed in this next panel, right? And this is why we're inviting for the next panel, Roberto Cruz, co-founder and executive chairman of Pixion, and to talk about investing in startups. So, partner at Mindset Ventures and former Economic Council of Israel in Brazil, Boaz Albanades, Felipe Assunção, Director of SoftBank Group International, and Paulo Padula, General Manager for Brazil at Plug and Play Tech Center. Don't forget to use social media, hashtag KISS21, hashtag KISSExperience, and hashtag FIS X, and we will hear the greatest leaders in Latin American health. And let us go on to the next panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you to discuss such a relevant topic, which is investing in startups, a topic that is very hot nowadays. And as we hear in the news, up to now, this year, almost 70% of the value that was invested last year has been invested this year. So the market is at a very upside with new investors coming up and looking towards new investments, and especially in the health area that we will discuss today. I come from the entrepreneurial area. I did receive grants and funds from investors, and I know individually and personally how this improves and benefits us and our companies. So to begin with, we'll have a round of introductions. Please introduce yourselves. You can talk a little bit about the company you represent and what kind of companies and startups you invest in. And also, how does the health market fit into your portfolio? Beginning with Boaz. Thank you very much. Roberto Cruz, thank you to the FIS initiative. I am a partner at Mindset Ventures. We are a Brazilian venture fund. Most of our investors are Brazilians, and our fund invests in startups in the US and in Israel. The idea is to invest in the top technology hubs around the world so that we can use these technologies in Latin America, specifically in Brazil. We have around 45 companies in our portfolio. 4 of them already are working in Brazil. Of them, 8 or 9 are in the health segment, and 2 of them are in Brazil doing business here. And as you mentioned, very interesting to see this market, which is changing rapidly. If we were here 6 months or a year ago, we would have a totally different conversation. So I think it would be interesting actually to have the same panel 3 months from now. I'm sure it will be different. Yes, you're right. Changes are happening very fast. Felipe, how do you see that in your area? Hello, I am the director and co-head of the SoftBank group in Brazil. I was an investor and I participated in the Redditor board. It is a major hospital chain in Brazil, and we seek new businesses in Latin America. We have many successful cases. The best known in Brazil is Pigan, a technology platform that follows a wonderful model, and the American regulation or the Israeli regulations allow this, and they make a lot of money selling medications and also connecting the users' networks. Here in Brazil, we don't find many health techs with the size of SoftBank. So we invested in eClinic. It's a very small investment for us, or iClinic, I'm sorry. And Afia Group purchased iClinic some months later. We followed them, and now they have announced a major investment in Afia to support the development of this ecosystem that we are envisioning. So I'm very excited to talk to you about it today. We cannot hear Paulo, and while he is connecting, I can hear you. I can hear you, Roberto. Okay, so please make your introduction. Thank you, Roberto. It's a pleasure to be here with Felipe and Boaz, and thank you for the invitation. Plug and Play is a tech that began in Silicon Valley In the 90s, we participated in the first wave of the internet, and we are slightly different because we have a very diversified portfolio. We have invested in 1,500 companies approximately, much less than SoftBank and Mindset, but our focus is to be very diverse. We are the venture capital with the greatest number of exits. Last year, there were 64 exits. We have 37 investments in the health segment. 20 of them are new investments started last year. So besides the relevance of this portfolio, we see that it's growing steadily. So the health segment tends to be more diversified also. What we see in terms of geographically spread offices, this is our presence, but we have some differences between what we see in the US and in Brazil in terms of market trends. I think that the Brazilian market is flourishing. There are many investment activities going on. The interest rate is quite favorable, and this starts a virtuous cycle. The more you have investors, the more entrepreneurs you find, and the market grows steadily. So at Plug and Play, we invest smaller amounts, but with greater diversification, and usually at the earlier stages up to A series mostly. Now, about what Felipe commented on the difficulty to find startups in the size that SoftBank prefers to invest, but also comparing to Plug and Play and Mindset, how do you see the startups in Brazil today? Do you see a boom in startups? The number of startups, especially in the health segment, has been growing steadily. We have seen some figures. A year ago, we have 30–40% more startups only in the health segment. But why do you think these companies do not grow sufficiently to receive higher amounts? How do you see the path of startups development here? Well, I can comment on that. So going backwards, Roberto, when we look at the history of Silicon Valley, we have several theories. One of them is the presence of universities. Another is the fact that the city is very open. But one of the causes that is pointed out is that since the beginning, they understood that this is venture capital, that it's a form that's different than traditional investments. And this has enabled the development of term sheets and agreements that are made with the startups. And I think that Brazil has some delay in arriving at this point. We have some progress in some areas, and the legislation itself in Brazil is one that is lagging behind legislations around the globe. So first of all, we have the structural aspect, the economic situation, the regulatory situation. Another is maturing, because this is recent in our system, the ecosystem for angel investment, corporate venture capital. I saw recently that 60% of these investments in Brazil are only 2 years old. So it's a maturing process yet. So I don't think that Brazilian entrepreneurs are lagging behind what we see around the globe. Brazilian universities are also very active, and I want to acknowledge their work. So I think that we're maturing, but we still haven't closed the gap that separates us from the Silicon Valley. Another thing that we observe, at least I do, and I want to hear my colleagues, is that Brazilians are highly focused on management and electronic patient records. And in the US, you invest more on data analytics, wearables, devices, etc. So we have the direction in which businesses are developing. There is a series of reasons for that. It's not a critique, but I believe that SoftBank is finding difficulties because exactly of this maturity. I agree with you, and I think that considering what Paulo has just described, Brazil is at a point in the venture capital cycle. You have some entrepreneurs that were crazy enough to start at the time, but they didn't have the venture capital with the necessary classes, weight, seed, etc. And you see that reflected in the valuation of Turbo. Great company with a great founder, but the amount, if we thought about it today, would be ridiculous. So I think that you have the maturing, and you also have the profile of the health entrepreneurs. And I want to hear your comments about this. But here in Brazil, we see a lot of people, entrepreneurs that are from a technical area, and then they have a great solution. And if you ask them, they answer, oh, it's a great solution. It will be for a very specific niche, and it would be a $4 to $5 million investment. But venture capital will not bet on that. Venture capital's aim, in my view, is to bet in things that are much greater and bigger. In the US, there is more space for that because since they have such a large market, if one company joins a niche, finds a niche, it will be able to grow enormously in that niche because, of course, the US export these technologies as well as Israel, and the companies there very soon become global. But if we focus on Brazil and the market here, maybe the very specific niche will not grow sufficiently here. This is what I see. I see great solutions, but we cannot invest in them because the total addressable market is very small. The total investable market is still very small. And that we have this problem that the entrepreneurs are basically from the tech area. And another thing is that around the world, each health market is structured differently from the other. And small differences make a very big difference. In Brazil, hospitals are a great business. They make a lot of money. In other countries, it's not. So considering the structure and regulation in each country and the way that the health segment is structured, it changes from one to the other, and that changes the situation. All that to say that it's hard to have startups growing and gaining scale here because you have so many players involved, the payer, the provider, many times the entrepreneur is not so open to technology. So it's a difficult segment, but I am optimistic, and I think that health is a giant market. It still suffers from great, very strong in terms of cost, and it's still very much offline, and I see many opportunities for growth. So in my vision, I think that the next wave of health companies that is up and coming will be much larger than the ones before it. So I'm very optimistic with this segment here. Just to supplement, please, Boaz, just three very brief points that I think are important. First of all, for SoftBank to invest, the company's market needs to be global. And as Felipe said, in health, this is more complicated because if you consider the Brazilian market or another a large country, it will never be large enough for SoftBank or others to invest. So as Felipe said, it has to be a global company from the start. The second point is that because Brazil is a large country, entrepreneurs focus on Brazil, and this is natural, of course. Here in Israel, we're a very small country, so we have to think global since the start. And of course, this is more difficult for the entrepreneur, but it is good for the major investors that are looking at the global markets, at the total markets with higher values. Now, the second point, as you also mentioned, is that there is no better moment in history to become an entrepreneur than the present moment. Attracting investments now has become easier because there are so many people willing to take the risks and invest, but growing in scale is very difficult. And in the health segment, you have longer cycles, you have slower implementations. So it's not like a B2B that you have $100 a month or a year and that's it. So even with the larger wave of startups in the last 2 years, they're still not big enough for the larger, bigger investors. And thirdly, we always talk about technology, which is the most important, the new wave, etc. But technology is important. But at the same time, distribution or go-to-market is even more. So you can have a wonderful technology and nothing happens to it. Or you can have a mid-sized technology and it will conquer the world. One good example to talk about is the pandemic. In the world, as a big corporation, in 6 months only, the world resolved the vaccine problem. So we already know as a world how to do that, but it will take another 1, 2, or 3 years to vaccinate everybody because the technological problem was solved, but distribution is the issue. And in the health segment, that is always complicated. It's not simply to have an online solution for everyone.
And considering what Felipe was mentioning, startup size, I think there are 2 things I would like to elaborate on. First, there is a more technical bias as entrepreneurs. We have few medical doctors in spite of the fact that there are some medical doctors that are becoming entrepreneurs, but we need to develop the technology profile in other areas. And these companies maybe should get together somehow to create their market. What about this ecosystem? How do you see this ecosystem evolving, inviting more medical doctors to become entrepreneurs? What's your perspective on this? And maybe when you see this in ACE or plug and play, what is the medical professional profile? Well, it's interesting you asked this question, Roberto, because when we take a look at the startup manual, when they talk about product market feature and the obtainable market, as Felipe mentioned, and the founder profile. But they never talk in the manual about what is a good manual. It seems like it's more an art than a science. And if we consider this area with the agribusiness, for instance, we see that there are many entrepreneurs in the agribusiness, but healthcare is very relevant, and the startup concept, and it really has MVPs and trial experimentation. It is totally aligned with the healthcare sector. And I believe that it has to do with a mindset that needs to be, that needs to change. But we have a very interesting figure now, which is the administrator, the hospital administrator or the private practice administrator. So this person needs commercial and technical knowledge that supports his or her initiatives. And if we talk about devices, medical devices, and in my experience, it's a technical area, but you see that there is a more favorable blend in founders' profiles. Another thing that I identify as a trend, and maybe it's a collaboration outside the healthcare sector in a broader context, including nutrition and diet, fitness, mental health. So this specialist has to be exposed to other areas that are not its comfort zone. So focusing on the customer, on the patient. So I agree with what you say. Yes, in the beginning, we saw that there was a priority of the technical approach, but then we had to include the medical doctor to tell us what they need in the market. And now there is a third figure, which is the professional with more technical or commercial approach. It's a lifelong journey. It's a never-ending journey. And I talk about the agribusiness because it's a successful model in Brazil. And I believe that in healthcare, there is a change underway. I know we're still evolving, but there has been a very positive change in healthcare in last years. Yes. Boas, you can take the floor. Thank you. Well, what I wanted to say is the following. I mean, everybody talks about the fact that the most important thing in a startup is the team. Yes, a multidisciplinary team with main expertise. Of course, everybody's looking for that. We know, because sometimes we see that there are startups with very technical founders or business-oriented founders. But we have a startup portfolio, even in health, where the CEO is a capital market specialist. The CFO has a PhD in genetics, and the CTO is a guy, he's a programmer. He's a person that specialized in AI for many years. So it's not an either-or situation. We need a more supplementary approach. And I guess that in healthcare, we need an experienced team. In our fund, everybody says, yes, okay, the entrepreneur, a 22-year-old entrepreneur, Stanford dropout. But no, there won't be dropout. The average age of our portfolio's entrepreneur is 42, and that's no coincidence. Especially in healthcare, I believe that a supplementary team has to do with a lot of experience in the healthcare sector, and I think that we need to focus on that. Well, I would encourage technical professionals to look for founders that would supplement their approach. Why? Because if you are learning and we have a startup, many startups make this mistake. 3 partners with a similar background, similar knowledge, similar experience get together, found a company. Is that okay? No, it's not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I believe that there is a supplementation in everything. The CTO and the CEO and CFO, they're totally different mindsets. And as an example, for instance, if you're doing well in the healthcare sector, Clivo, for instance, I believe that a technical team that is great should produce the best team. There is good traction, good expertise. I see that, for instance, for diabetics, there are solutions. We have digital solutions in my company. And when we had somebody with a business approach, things got easier. And there is a lot of information available today. a competent, a technical professional that wants to learn, even a medical doctor, if this professional wants to learn, 5 years ago, you had to go to the United States to find content. Y Culminator, there's a lot of content available. So if you're starting, a starting point is Y Combinator is a fantastic first step with a lot of interesting content. And funds started creating their own content. Anderson Horowitz, A16, it's the site. Horowitz, a lot of health-related content. And startups in Brazil started copying the American model and launched their startups. So more than ever, we can learn a lot. There is a lot of content that can support us. There are many angels that are out there available that you can include in your table. I'm using words in English here in Portuguese. Okay, so to help you out in this journey. So today there are more tools available, and that's why I feel so optimistic, because entrepreneurship is mainstream. If you talk with anyone today, a fintech talented professional wants a startup. And if you're a fintech healthcare professional, you go to the DOOR network. If you graduate and you're great, for instance, in my personal area, I am an investor. The dream come true is to work in investment making. That was the dream come true. And today, the kids don't want to work in formal companies because it's much more exciting. You're making money, they're happier, they work less, have a life-work relationship that is healthier. And this will be an ongoing evolution to improve startups. So partners need to supplement themselves. There are 2 questions from the audience. The first question, Luis Ortiz. What is your interpretation and what is the impact that this will bring to startups' legal frameworks? And when we talk about the learning stage of startups, Rafael Muniz asks the following: how do you get an angel investor? These 2 questions are related because, I mean, an angel investor needs further information and security. And I think both aspects are closely related. Well, I could really talk about angel investors. In Israel, things are different in the United States, but here in Israel, we say that there is a lot of capital in the market and there are more participants in the table. 1 year ago, or even 3 years ago, things were different. So the first round in a startup now is larger. If you create a healthcare startup because you need more money to become commercially viable, you need to raise 3-4 million in a first moment, $1 million. And what does this mean? That there are less angels that will participate, because angels participate with checks of $25, $50, $100,000 top, unless they are a super angel, which are entrepreneurs that made it with their own entrepreneur initiative, and now they want to invest in startups. So healthcare sector angels have changed. Angels not only can provide money due to the competition in the market, because even today, when I talk about entrepreneurs, other than the money, what are you going to give me? How can you add value to my company? And you need a good answer, because there are 30, 40 angels, and a check alone is not that important. I mean, it is important, but it's not only important. So there is a shift in the angel world structure. They must be industry experts, expertise in business, healthcare, but market experience. So apart from providing money, they need to add value, networking, experience. Yes, I really don't know much about this. Maybe Paulo could talk about this, but it has to do with the signal. What is the message that you deliver in the market when the angel comes to your company? I'm opening up a company of, let's say, whatever, any healthcare sector. Door Network invested in me. Well, the next investor will say, wow, if Door Network invested in this guy is probably doing things right. And this helps create a perception that the startup is good. And if it's an early company, seed company, angels, the subjective analysis prevails. People will analyze market size, if it's a good proposition, market, everything. But ultimately, what we're doing here is what Paulo says. Is this a good startup? Is this person a good entrepreneur? So the angel sends a sign to the market. If you raise money in steel working, for instance, of course, this doesn't mean to say that you won't raise money a second time in a second round, but she was probably trying to raise money in the healthcare sector and then went to other sectors to raise money. So choosing an angel is essential. I understand. What I would add, and maybe my personal journey as an angel investment, there comes a moment in which you reach a moment, as it was the case with Founder. We at Plug and Play, we really know that you won't get everything ready and perfect. It is a learning curve. When I started as an angel, I started a journey, and you want to identify what's the pain or what's the failure or what's missing, and how will you be able to recruit other founders or co-founders. And there is a story to be told. The question, I don't know if it comes from somebody that wants to start up a business. There are many good angel stories. There's always maybe a bad experience that somebody was left out, but many business schools in the States have their representations. Here in Brazil, they have Gavia, Ver, Angels, BF Brazil. They're very qualified associations. But what is the essential thing? Unlike a company that has decades of experience in the market and you can foresee the company's results, a startup is a promise. A startup is a promise, and the angel will believe in the promise based upon your execution capacity as a founder. And the key thing is that when you meet an angel, you need to go to our previous step, which is friends and family. Sometimes you need to show that you have done something, that you are working with a customer, that you have proof of your future success. I always joke and I say that if somebody had pitched for Instagram, maybe I wouldn't have invested, because maybe if you talk about a market with social media sharing information and pictures, I maybe would have thought that we were already served, and look at what happened. So the first truth about the legal framework is not perfect yet. There are a number of improvements, but if we talk about maybe labor liabilities and the decision made by the angel investment and an angel, when they start investment, they diversify the portfolio. They don't invest in one startup. So risk is tremendous. So maybe they invest less, 10, 12 startups in one angel's investor's portfolio. Maybe in the beginning, the investor would see the first pitch, falls in love with the startup, invest everything because they think it is going to work, and it doesn't. So it's very frustrating. So there is a evolution and maturity of the ecosystem. And as Boas mentioned, there are market monies and monetization opportunities and the possibility of proving yourself, proving your idea to your angel investor with an investor that will give you money, intellectual capital, and support your startup. In this journey, raising funds, a startup generally wants to raise first with friends and family, then angel investors, then seed capital or bridge, A series, and the entrepreneur dilutes his participation along the way. Is there a magical number for a number of founders and investors for an A series, a B series, ideal participation that makes sense for you? Is this a factor that will put you off and decide invest? What should be considered in this journey, and which are the things you need for a B series? Boas? Yes, Boas. Well, first, I believe that entrepreneurs must think not only about their company today, but 2, 4, and 6 years down the line. You need money, you raise money today, and you are negotiating, and there is a devaluation, and you lose money, and there's a debt you will need to pay for years down the line. So on our end, an important thing is that seed, A, B, C, the names of the rounds. Well, it is difficult to talk about that because everything is a mix up now. And people are using these names more for marketing purposes than for other purposes. So I believe that it is really not that specific anymore. So if we have a round and we want to raise, at least here in Israel, $10 million, you have your angels investing and willing already. Maybe there is less than 30% of the money you need. It'll be too diluted, and that is very bad.
Everybody is in this for the long term. So today, of course, you are acting and thinking about 10 years from now. Of all the companies we see, if the company is doing well and exits after 6 or 7 years with a few hundreds of million, and if the exit is a unicorn, then it's about 6 or 5. So the difference is great in terms of money, but I don't think it will change very much. So I think that in the beginning, you'll have to fight more for the dilution. But very important for investors, our role is very important to make entrepreneurs happy and motivated. So when we provide the options, the ISOP, we have to deal with that in all the rounds because we need entrepreneurs to feel motivated. They cannot feel that they are losing and everybody is gaining around them or winning. So in the last 2 years, when the company goes to round B, they are selling a part of their business so that they can start gaining something right away without having to wait for 10 years. And this is very important for them to earn some money a long time And that's very good because you don't have to worry about, the person doesn't have to worry about, their family, the bills they have to pay, and the wife is suffering because the husband is an entrepreneur and hasn't gotten the returns yet or proceeds. So you need to motivate them. I can complete that. I agree with Boaz. One thing that we recommend strongly to entrepreneurs is that they raise not everything that they can, but whatever they need. So in the beginning, when the entrepreneur finally found an opportunity to raise funds, they wanted to raise as much as they could. But now, and then what happened was that they end up their motivation dropped and the team began to be dispersed. So I don't work with any magical figures because of our ticket size. We cannot even have the time to reach such high levels. But you need to be clear about what you're raising. So I'm raising because I need to invest in specific equipment, or I need to hire more staff, and not because simply I need to guarantee the next 5 years for my company. So it's a more disciplined manner of raising funds. And another thing that we avoid is to have a dispersion of the team, the option mode. So if you have a founder that has a very diverse team and they are not feeling very motivated or seeing too much of a horizon, the investment may get lost. So it's important to ensure this for the long term. Now, it's very difficult to make evaluation of startups because they are innovative business models with no track record. So the term sheet is practically as important as the valuation. When you define how the work will be carried out, it's much more important to have that than a magical number. Felipe will understand what I mean. You get companies that have decades in the market with well-known business model, but with these and many times it's hard to understand what will happen in the next quarter. So imagine a startup that's even greater. So the hedge management is very important, and it gives you security for adjustments and to keep everybody involved motivated. There are two important changes for us in this market. It's easier to understand. I'll try to explain this to our public. The first change is that before, private equity thought that they are going to buy the company and therefore they will be the owners of the company. So this was the idea of GP in the beginning. Oh, I'm going to buy the company. I'm going to be the CEO. I will define strategies and everything else. And in venture capital and growth capital, things are the opposite exactly. I am here to support the entrepreneur and everything he's doing. So all the angels, VCs, it's all the same mindset. I will help the entrepreneur, but I am not the boss at all, and I don't even want to, because this is such a dynamic market. It changes so rapidly that you want to be in a position in which the person that is leading the investment has your trust. They will have the ideas, they will deliver results to you, and you might help them with a high-level strategy, thinking about new markets and things like that. So for that, I need to have a very motivated team. This is the rationale that we're talking about here. We don't want the entrepreneur to be too diluted, because if he has 10% of the company, and of course in the Series F, that will function because it's already big. But in the first stages, that's not the idea. The idea is that the investors support the entrepreneur, but that he has a large stake in his own company. And before the entrepreneurs, startups founded a company, they were owners of it, and the employees were employees. And now it's different. The concept of the stock option pool has been more widespread, and the startups have the partnership model. That is, you bring into your company people who will add value to it. Of course, not everybody will make partner, but the idea is to have many partners. This helps to retain talents. People will remain longer in the company, and this helps to motivate people and to give them more power to be more and better aligned. These are my comments. Thank you. Now we have a question from the studios. We are back from our studio to send you some questions we received. Is there a bubble? Are startups seeking super valuation? And what is the impact of that in the ecosystem in the midterm? Roberto, back to you. Well, good, very relevant topic, especially as angel investors. Increasingly, we see startups with a very high valuation and hard to negotiate, dilution, participation, partnership. How do you see that today? Routinely, and also for midterm investments. Now you are expecting returns in the midterm. How will this impact you up ahead? Well, I would say that return is at a very long term, 10 years at least. Well, first of all, I think that Brazil is going through an adjustment. Everything thinks it might be a bubble because you ask, oh, the valuation of a seed capital 5 years ago, it's been multiplying along these years. One thing is that the seed investment was very low back then, especially compared to countries similar to Brazil, like India, for example. So if you compare valuations in Brazil and in India 5 years ago, Brazil was lagging behind a lot. And another factor is that interest rates globally have been dropping, and with that, people are seeking more of this kind of investment. So it's supply and demand, more people wanting to invest in startups, and that raises their value, of course. And in some cases, I think we are overshooting in some isolated cases that are quite concerning. There are many companies that are being valued at $100 million in Brazil. And if you compare that to the US and Chile and other markets, the addressable market and the potential of the company is much greater in those other countries. But here in Brazil, it's not so much. You have the Brazil risk, you have the size of the market. So valuation is a little bit exaggerated because if you compare it and have the same levels as the US, for example, it's not so safe. Of course, there are the hot segments where valuation has been booming. And I don't want to mention any specific cases here because I don't want to have an argument with you, but that's what's happening. Now, in the specific health segment, I think that this segment is one that people are saying that it's the next wave of fintechs and it will be great. But I think that there is a lot of space for more companies. And I'm even surprised that we don't see a more aggressive push in this area. I would complete that. Well, first of all, the characteristic of the bubble is that it's hard to predict, very hard to know the right moment when you should leave. If we knew, it would be easier. Well, first of all, I agree with Felipe about the overshooting. And I say that some of our convictions were broken down. For example, before the pandemic, the US had full employment and they were waiting for inflation, but inflation didn't come. So things are more difficult to predict nowadays. Cause and effect is not exactly easy to follow. Now, when we talk about venture capital, it's risk investment. So 30 to 40% of the companies in your portfolio will not get anywhere, and a smaller percent will pay for that risk, maybe even more, many times. So having said that, of course, when you have more supply than demand, you have space for these overshootings. And also about the health segment specifically, when we talk about startup and try to define it, it's easier to understand than to define, but it broke down that dichotomy between customized service and low cost. So in Brazil, and customized service to patients with technology as an enabler and facilitator, that is the big frontier to be exploited in Brazil, because the country has many failures and deficiencies in its public health system. So we haven't even touched upon this problem. So there are cases of overshooting, but there are cases in which they haven't embraced the opportunity completely. That's my explanation for the bubble. Now, my comments, well, considering price, of course, it's much more expensive now. The A round 2 years ago, you had 15, and then now I think it's grown twice as much. Now, with regards to the bubble, I think that, as we say, God is in the details. There are companies whose business justifies the valuation, others not. The investors are trying to project what's going to happen, but they insist on a valuation that will justify growth and not the present value. And the question is how much or when the company will have to face reality, because on paper, the return may sound great and the value may sound great, but it's not so much. So when the company has to face the situation of becoming large or going on to a next phase, then there's not so much to do. So there are companies that will do fine and others not. And we already see IPOs in which the shares are raising greatly and others drop on the next day. So in this sense, you have to check company by company. It's different. And another point about returns. The venture capital model has remained or stayed as it was, and the exits are occurring at a longer time. The unicorns used to be very rare, and now you have many, and at such high amounts. So you have more exits now. But now you have new investment models also. So I'm sorry, Felipe, but SoftBank was a pioneer. 3 years ago, people thought they were crazy to invest such high amounts. But now it's more typical. You see these high checks with several funds that are beginning at very, very early stages. So they're bringing gigantic checks, and they are going back to the classical venture capital. And the company needs to pay mentoring, market experience, etc. But as soon as the company already has a revenue and tries to grow in scale, these large checks enable them to grow faster and to make mistakes because they have a good buffer for making mistakes. So about the bubble, I think there are companies that will suffer, others will not. And the economy is cyclic. Today things are great, and then you never know when a crisis will come up. So things are going a little bit up, a little bit down. Economy is cyclic, so not much to do about it. Just one more comment about the SoftBank. When SoftBank arrived at Brazil, everybody complained that we invested great checks and high valuations. Now SoftBank is complaining about the newcomers, Tiger, ESD, etc. Besides very big checks, they signed them in only 2 days, and we can't do that at SoftBank. In our portfolio, the guy places one call, and the next day they got $100 million. We don't follow this model, but it's funny how things change, and you always have the next in line coming up with something new. But what do you value in the companies? Do you value the company or the future? Actually, deep down, we're always valuing the future. When you have Series A, Series B, you're not paying the present value of the company. You're paying what it may become or what it may build in the future. So this has always held true. What changed today compared to some years earlier, especially with regards to the bubble, why is there a bubble in the value of some companies? Because on paper, the segment is so hot and there's so much optimism. And think about it, in practice, they will look at how much the company will grow in X number of years and when they will exit. Although it's hard to predict, it is an exercise that people do in the different stages. So when the segment is very, very hot, they put this hypeness or excitement, they translate that into the figures, and the figures simply grow steeply, and then the value becomes irrelevant. So let's think about this. If 10 years ago, we were sure that Stone would execute as it did, you would have paid $200 million for Stone, and it would be great. I would have paid $1 billion. I would have invested in them as unicorn in the foundation of the company. So that's what happens. People look and they say, I'm sure this is going to be a success, that this company will become a Stone or a big company. So what Boaz said is very interesting about that. And the companies will have to deliver results, and they will have to face reality. And it will be interesting to see how this market will behave when reality and Excel are more separated from each other. Just one more comment before we end. That's why I like to be a venture capitalist, because on the one hand, you are investing in 10, 12 companies as a fund, and you're sure when you are investing that the companies will grow, or else you wouldn't invest, of course. But on the other hand, you know that half of the companies will end up dying. I mean, that's the nature of the business. And I know some people will not like to hear that, but it's the reality. Very interesting. And, well, SoftBank coming to Brazil in itself shows us an improvement of the system. You will have more angels investing, more startups motivated because they know that in the front, if they are successful, another major fund may invest in them. And we also have the opportunity of the stock market. Years ago, we had basically TOTUS and Lynx with the stock market technology. But now you had a boom this year with a number of health companies, not necessarily around technology, that made it to the stock market. So I would like to have a round of last comments now. We're practically on time to close the panel. Unfortunately, too short for such a relevant and exciting topic.
Well, I really want to thank you for your moderation, Roberto. Great. And it's fantastic to work here with Comay Nova Summit and FIS Initiative. It was great. It was a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. For me, just exactly the same. Thank you very much, Roberto, for your moderation, the organizers, not only for the organization, but because of inviting us together. And it's a pleasure to be here with such great friends in this panel. Thank you. Yes, exactly. It was great. I loved it. And I really enjoyed the debate. Things are easier now to stay in contact. So I invite everybody to be in contact if you want to talk about anything, if I can be of any help. I mean, don't hesitate. I'm available. And thanks once again for the organizers. It was great. Thank you. Great. It was a pleasure to have you this morning, a fantastic lineup, and we are available for anything that you might have in case there are additional doubts that haven't been answered. Good morning.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença. Acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um? Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? Como ser parceiro das empresas? Como conversar em mais pessoas? É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASCII. A resposta é saúde.
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Olá, o IBKL é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Medflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergia com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
O que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLAS. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica, para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo EMPREENDEDORISMO, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Topics related to health and education cannot be left outside, and we're really focusing on our social media participation. So please follow our initiative on Instagram and YouTube. And of course, the FIS Ecosystem Initiative, our platform. So FIS 21, FIS X, please share, like, and talk about our seminar on social media. So everything about the education and healthcare will be the topic of our next panel. I invite the Senior Publisher Director of Medscape Global Ibero-America, Bernardo Shubsky, with the founder and CEO of DOT Digital Group, Luis Alberto Ferla, and Startse partner, Mauricio Benvenuti, and the faculty member on surgery of the School of Medicine of the University in São Paulo, Dr. Sergio Araújo. So let's start with our panel then. Hello, everybody. My name is Bernardo Shubsky. I'm a medical doctor, and I'm the head publisher at Medscape Global, which is the largest platform, the largest medical content platform in the world. And it is really an honor and a great pleasure to be here with this fantastic lineup of stars here with me to talk about the future of education in healthcare. I'll give the floor to each one of our participants so you can introduce yourselves. And Sergio, would you like to start? Sergio, you're muted. Sorry. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation to participate in this KISS 21 and our co-panelist members. My name is Sergio Araújo. I'm a coloproctologist. I'm a surgeon, and I am faculty member at the School of Medicine at the University in São Paulo and the director at Albert Einstein Hospital in São Paulo. So it's a pleasure to be here this morning and talk about the reality of the future of education and health, as is the name of our panel, the future of education and health. Luis Ferla, tell us who you are, Luis. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. It's great to be here on this conversation on the future of education and health, a timely topic. I am the co-founder and CEO of DOT Digital Group, which is a group that works in distance education, edtech, and we are present in this market for the last 25 years. We're pioneers in this area. And we have trained more than 10 million students in these 25 years. So technology and education is our world, is our business. Great. Mauricio, your turn. Please tell us, Mauricio, amongst the variety of things that you do, can you give us a summary? Hi, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Bernardo, for the invitation. I want to thank the organizers, the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about such a timely topic, something that interests me. I study so much education, and I am partner in Startse. It's a Silicon Valley startup. I live here since 2015, which is the starting point of many of the solutions that the world consumes. So we are here together with our partners, XP Investments in Brazil. So my bias is really entrepreneurship and the relationship with startup technology, innovation, and everything that is connected with labor market and with large corporations. So it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. I think that the lineup of our panel is great because we have healthcare professionals, we have technology professionals, engineers, innovation professionals. That is, we really will talk about the future of education and health. So let's get organized. I will start with some questions, and of course, our participants online can send their questions, and I will make the questions as they receive. The first question, Sergio, for you. Could you tell us about your experience in simulation as a teaching methodology and how simulation works in the development of technical skills as well as in soft skills? And if you can tell us what soft skills are, it will be great. Yes, Bernardo, thank you for the question. Well, with health simulation, this is not a new technology, but it's an essential technology. There are different types of simulators. We have simulators that transfer competencies, technical competencies, for instance, surgery, procedures, and there are simulators that transmit patient flow, appointment flows, and there are simulators that transfer non-technical skills, which are known as the soft skills. I know that you prefer that terminology. So soft skills are very important because non-technical skills are not different from technical skills, in spite of the fact that it's really very difficult to measure a soft skill: leadership, assertiveness, teamwork, a progression in a flow of behaviors, especially in a medical emergency within the OR. Those are very important skills. So we have simulators for all of those situations. I work at the Albert Einstein Hospital, not directly involved in education, but I've worked in the Clinics Hospital in São Paulo for 20 years teaching resident fellows. So here at the Einstein Hospital, together with my clinical practice as a surgeon and a manager, because I am the oncology manager at Einstein Hospital, we participate in teaching activities, and we do use simulators. In the past, simulators were used in anatomy. We used cadavers. Today, that's more complex. Just imagine when we train surgical procedures, we used to operate on dogs. Today, this is totally inadmissible due to obvious reasons, and thank God we don't operate on dogs anymore. So these simulators, Bernardo, can use physical reality, a box in which we transfer things from one location to the other to train technical skills in surgery. This is a physical reality simulator and a virtual reality simulator. You know what it is. There are several, and they are gamified. And you know, Bernardo, what I'm talking about. And virtual reality simulators today are responsible for one of the most important competencies in surgery, which is robotic surgery. All simulations in robotic surgery are based on virtual reality simulators. And apart from virtual and physical reality simulators, we also have simulators in other environments for soft skills, where other players, who are these players? Healthcare members, patients, undergraduate and graduate courses at Hospital Albert Einstein, where we include these simulation training sessions at our center, which is a state-of-the-art facility we have at the hospital for these simulation training sessions. And to talk about the role of simulation, it can't be detached from education and health or in any medical specialty, in nursery, in any healthcare area. It should be an essential component. I would say it suffers from a little prejudice from maybe elder professionals. I'm a 20th century surgeon, so those of us that learned anatomy in cadavers, to learn anatomy in a simulator that is not a real cadaver, well, we try to make this situation the most real possible, and it is a challenge. So this is it, Bernardo. I think we can elaborate on this later on. Wow, I loved it. And I think your explanation was fantastic. And I will comment what you said, and I'll go one step further to try to understand what you're talking about. So since you're talking about the fact that you were trained in the 20th century model, so was I. So both of us studied in the older methods and models. So with your experience, having been a faculty member at Einstein Hospital, and this is a new concept, which is active methodologies, because the curriculum at the Albert Einstein Hospital is a very contemporary content with active methodologies. So what has been your experience as a faculty member? If you compare how the students understands the learning experience and what is his or her result in these two models. Here at Einstein Hospital, I am the head of education is a cardiologist, Dr. Alejandro Yorghausen. And in the School of Medicine, what we use as the first active methodology is TBL, T-based learning. So when we compare these active with non-active methodologies, and I was a faculty at the clinical hospitals in São Paulo, which is associated to the São Paulo University, which is my alma mater. I mean, when Einstein launched TBL, all of us, the old school guys, we said, oh my God, will this be possible? How this will work? And what we realized is that, yes, there is a pre-meeting preparation. If this is not the case, you can't even participate. We didn't have this. We didn't have this because we, of course, were trained in medical health without this. So the student arrives at the session with her knowledge, and he or she will be part of a team of 6 or 7 people, and his or her knowledge is checked. After that, we start interacting with the teacher, which is a problem. The problem that is disclosed, a problem that is presented to the students, a clinical problem, a management problem, an organization problem, or a healthcare management problem. And we bring this problem based upon the pre-class material that should have been read, and we present the problem. And compared to 2 traditional models, there is interaction, because interaction is essential. There is total interaction because you have to do your homework. If you come to the session unprepared, you rate lower, you progress less. And nobody wants to damage the outcome of the team. And second, I have the pre-class material, I go to the session, I present my case, and I see what's my peer's opinion, the other student's opinion. Depending on my understanding and my take on the issue, we share knowledge, and there is a need of belonging because we understand, and in TBL, this is a group that stays organized in this way along the assignment that will evolve their skills and activities that are focused on this type of activity. Thank you. Great. So I understand that this is perfect for Luis's comment, Luis, because you just talked about education models, and Luis has been for more than 25 years in digital education. So Luis, I want to ask you, how has the world seen these new educational needs? How is technology growing? And how does this affect the behavior of these students? And Mauricio, I will ask you about the student concept, but how does this affect the participation of the student? I think that the first thing we need to do is assess that there is a gap on skilled labor in healthcare, and this can affect the chain in the area. If we do not see this promptly, we will have a gap of talent, of professionals with long-term negative consequences. So everything that is related to knowledge and learning with the current technologies, all of these digital transformations we are living has a tremendous impact. Today, medical knowledge specifically, is doubled in a couple of months. Consider the medical knowledge existent up until last year has doubled in these 4 or 5 first months. So this has to do with technology, because in the half of last century, you took 50 years to double any content. And what are we going to do to overcome this flood of information and content that makes you feel, we healthcare professionals, that we're always outdated, or that there's something missing? So I believe that technology can serve these two needs simultaneously, with training, with more efficient and more interesting approach. There are a number of technologies, very modern and emerging technologies. I'll just mention a few. We're living currently amazing situations that can seem normal, cloud computing, but technologies have changed tremendously. So we're now in the era of 5th generation 5G technology, and videos, images, and 3D and virtual reality will help us. There will be a fantastic impact on this, apart from AI, natural language processing, big data, robotics, as Sergio mentioned, wearables that people will use to transfer information directly, to analyze results, bot change system, and many other innovations, as for instance, apps, many apps that help us in management, in soft skills, technical skills, and platforms to make the learning process interactive and flexible, a closer relationship between different management learning systems, LXPs, and everything that has to do with lifelong learning systems or platforms, which is the new trend that looks for ongoing improvement and learning. Benvenuti mentioned this. And yes, it's scary. I mean, when you talk about the quantity of information that healthcare professionals need to acquire, and how can they be updated all the time? You mentioned the lifelong learning concept. How can a healthcare professional face this paradigm? Ferla, maybe you can go first. And Mauricio, if you want to make any comment, please feel free to elaborate on the idea of being an eternal student in lifelong learning. Yes, really. I mean, this topic, lifelong learning concept, is one of the most significant competencies that all of us must develop in these moments of digital transformation and technology revolution. Because lifelong learning gives you the opportunity of updating your knowledge base, learn new skills, and respond to a variety of interests. In healthcare, there is a constant change with different breakthroughs in medicine, sources of evidence, new drugs that are launched, government legal framework that changes. So, and care models that are constantly changing. So I would say that this learning process and the concept lifelong learning in healthcare is not an option, it is a need. It is essential that all healthcare professionals stay tuned, relevant, providing a safe and efficient treatment for our patients always. All areas, need to embark on this, but in healthcare, there's no way that you can avoid it.
Mauricio, what do you have to say? I think he put it quite well. Deloitte Insight has a division that produces survey data. They recently published that half-life of professional skills today is 5 years approximately. So what are we saying with that? So the example Sergio mentioned, from the time he graduated in medicine and how much, it's very nice, Sergio, to see this evolution. So we've seen how much we have evolved in this time window in terms of the professional training of healthcare professionals. So what we're learning in 2021 is going to lose half of its market value, and to keep on the vanguard, I have to keep new or look for new possibilities. So the focus here is healthcare, but this is an indicator. It's for a legal professional, a lawyer, for a self-employed person. So whether we like it or not, technology is increasingly becoming part of our lives. There was a study of McKinsey's in 2016. It studied in the US market how many hours were worked in certain jobs that require certain skills in the States, US, and they projected how many hours would be worked in the same jobs in 2030, 9 years' time. And basically the results of the study, that jobs that involve basic cognitive skills that I have to learn how to do and repeat tasks, and those that engage physical and manual tend to reduce the demand based on what we're saying here. And on the other hand, there tends to be an increase in demand in jobs that engage cognitive skills that are high level, not learning, carrying out repeatedly. So it's critical thinking and our ability to solve problems, and as well as demand for jobs that engage social, emotional skills and technological skills. So if this McKinsey study is correct or not, Bernardo, Ferla, and Sergio, the time will tell. But it gives us a sort of flavor as to where things are moving towards in terms of the labor market. First is the increasing demand in the labor market of intrinsically human skills, that emotional, social, we are relational human beings that live in society. We're not, right, Bernadette, a leopard that lives in the African savannah, and it's okay. So we're social beings, and valuing of this kind of skill that makes us this kind of species on one hand. On the other hand, a clear need professionals today of developing what I call digital awareness. In my view, it's almost like math in this century. Just like all of us learned how to sum, subtract, multiply, and divide to be in the labor market, today is absolutely necessary to know how to online can potentialize offline. Digital can actually boost analog. And the study of the professional in healthcare, and Ferla also mentioned that, I don't need to be an expert, but minimally today, Bernardo, I need to understand how this universe of possibility increasingly available to professionals, how can I use them to potentialize, leverage my job, my profession, etc. So this demand of intrinsically human skills and this increasingly greater demand for the digital awareness are going to pave the way of successful careers from now onwards. Mauricio, I think it's quite interesting because your experience in Silicon Valley, which is in one of the most frenetic environments in terms of agility, development, creation of new ideas, you've drawn a parallel between the healthcare professional and professionals in general. Is there a difference regarding digital awareness, digital learning between those two, or are we saying that everybody needs to be eternally studying and developing regardless of their area of expertise and work? My view today, Bernardo, is that changes are for everyone. Moving a bit sideways in the folks, we've seen entertainment market being transformed by Netflix that has disrupted the Hollywood industry. Uber actually disrupting passenger transportation, Spotify in the famous record industry, Tesla, the 17-year-old company that becomes the most appreciated automaker in the world. And we can list several other companies that are disrupting different industries in the economy with a different model. So we are, as a society, inserted in a unique transformational moment. Because we're not talking about, as Bella mentioned quite well, we're not talking about one or two types of technologies. It's a technological convergence that is impacting professionals, IoT, 5G, AI, Sergio talked about virtual reality, augmented reality. So several innovations and coming together that require from professionals a new understanding. How can I teach that in my profession, my work? I did a graduate studies in Berkeley, that is Silicon Valley. I heard from professors in Berkeley that is 150 years, one of the most traditional universities in the US. It's not enough for us educators to see the world transforming, many segments transforming, and our education not transforming. It will, indeed. We're not actually immune to that. So answering the question, Bernardo, this need for adaptation is not exclusive to healthcare professionals, but it's a need for all. Actually, go ahead. Sergio, go ahead. I just wanted to add to what Mauricio said, Bernardo. Bernardo, you are a scientific curator of medical knowledge at this panel, right? Perla and Mauricio are the doers of medical education, much more expert than I, and I'm more or less on the front line. I just like to remind you of something. Everything we say about education, there is a person in the final calculation that is the patient. The patient is related to results, to outcomes. I'd like to bring to our discussion the following aspect. As Mauricio and Frela talked a lot about new technologies, we at the institution where I work, they're very much engaged in acquiring new technologies and training and certification of healthcare professionals in new technologies. When this happens, it is evident that manufacturers of medical devices, or those that manufacture pharmaceutical products, they are accountable for what happens to patients, and also just like healthcare professionals, just like providers, operators, all of them are accountable for the results and the outcomes of patients. And this leads that not only the view of the nurse assistant, the nephrologist, the doctor and nurses to look at for platforms of teaching and also medical devices and pharmaceutical products. I'm also a consultant of the Scolab Academia. It's along with P. Brown. They're manufacturers of medical devices in Germany, P. Brown. They have great concern also on their part, since you are the doers, and Bernardo is the curator of scientific knowledge. I'm talking about quality and safety. Quality and safety of the new medication. If this is not checked, by whom is it going to be? By society and medical specialties? By some committees or other support areas to health? No, this is very slow. This first needs to be verified by those that manufacture it and those that have developed pharma. This is very important now, because of what we live in terms of vaccines. I'm totally incompetent to make comments in this sense, but this was what I wanted to bring up, and I wanted to remind you of that. Perfect. I think practically all of us are in a consensus, and we have need, we have constant need, so for healthcare professionals and professionals, well, this is our focus today. Healthcare professionals are going to be behind. I know Fela has been doing quite interesting work in communication that precisely can engage the students. So Fela, I'd like to understand from you, what is the importance of a communication model, appropriate one, to ensure that this healthcare professional understands the need, that they need to keep on being updated. Bernardo, communication is one of the most important things that we have in human interaction, be it in education, be it medical team. Education will always be fundamental. So that's where many times we see problems. People know the content and then do not know how to transport it. They have the question, but they know how to ask. So communication will always have great importance in communication. So, and I'd say that there are three fundamental aspects to that. First, you have to know how to communicate appropriately with your audience to attract them. Today, we have many contents of all kinds, of all types of specialties, and as Sergio said, contents that are many times not checked, verified, have not been tested, and contents that are not relevant. And there are lots of very good things around the world. So the first thing we need to know how to differentiate is, are good contents from good institutions, good sources, and updated. Because in this world of technology, the speed of transformation of knowledge that I mentioned in the beginning, contents many times in medicine, written in very relevant vehicles 2-3 years ago are totally outdated. They are no longer applicable. So what is important to see is, and to do it, and see where everybody can find contents. So you need communication. If there's no communication, you don't know where the good contents are. The second aspect is, once you are accessing this content, you must have communication of engagement. So the institution has to talk to the student to keep them engaged in the contents, using, for example, as Sergio mentioned in the beginning, gamification. So as they go through the contents, they gain merit, they are rewarded, they feel encouraged, measured by their knowledge, but encouraged to continue to retain that knowledge. So this is a second aspect. And the third, you have to know how to communicate with all the industries so that the content can be discriminated. It's the importance of content. It's not only actually retaining it, is how you actually communicate it. So there has to be correct communication to attract contents and then engagement to actually make people to acquire those contents, and communication so that they can convey that. We live in the world of technology, of the internet. It's easy for you to have knowledge, to share a link, a WhatsApp, a message to somebody. Look how interesting. So in healthcare, this is essential. Communication so that contents are acquired, absorbed, and quickly transferred to the whole community. I think this is educational communication. Perfect. Mauricio. One of the things we're listening to Spanish. Mauricio, one of the things that is interesting, and I think it's a reality, is that healthcare professionals are under pressure all the time. COVID actually led healthcare professionals to get to their absolute limits worldwide. In your experience, is there a way for us to try to maintain these healthcare professionals a bit more passionate, to keep that flame active of healthcare professionals? They decided to actually have a healthcare career because they have an ideal, and then when they start working, they face a reality that does not necessarily match that initial ideal. What kind of tip would you give to this healthcare professional, or what should we as educators do to keep this passion alive? This is a good question, Bernardo. We received in our executive program that we held in Silicon Valley 7,000 Brazilians from entrepreneurs, freelancers, doctors, leaders of large companies, governors. We had 2 governors from 2 Brazilian states, so 7,000 people that represent various segments of our economy. And what we get surprised is that healthcare professionals are those that contemplate most this share of people that go there. And we actually created a program focused in health. Now, what does this tell me? What is the result of this analysis? What is clear to me is that there's sort of the instinct and the will of the healthcare professionals to seek more. So is there something else I can do for my job to enhance it, as Sergio put it well, to generate better results for my patients? Sorry for the terms, because my market is client, and in the healthcare market, we talk about patients. But this shows very much intrinsically what healthcare professionals have, which is something quite noble. And adding to what Sergio said, and bringing to my market and education market, the brackets that he brought up, the same pain, Sergio, we have in education as well. And I believe it's the context of other markets, but the result is what determines what benefit you're going to deliver through a new technology. We study several startups in the whole world to add them to our business model. Well, what I'm saying is that there are lots of things that are just deceitful, but in practice, they don't yield any results. I'm going to give statistics for every 10 startups in Silicon Valley that are launched using a lot of technology to deliver their solutions. Every 10 startups, 9 kind of stay on the way, and 1 actually engages into the market to becomes a real company. So what Sergio brings up is very pertinent. The seek for technologies that actually deliver results and improve the relationship doctor-patient. This has to be constant. This is a concern I have within my life, which is in education, that I seek precisely to try to have a magnifying glass to find solutions that actually heighten the results delivered for the end consumer. The model has changed drastically. We've had, obviously, we needed to adapt, and one of the things that concerns me or makes me a bit worried and makes me think all the time is what was missing in my training is never got a lesson as to how to learn. Today we have several articles on effort-based learning with several methodologies that work with memorization, spaced memorization or space recall, instructional knowledge database building, so personal data, so rather than now being, as unfortunately, as many people have been trained copying lessons, starting to digest this content and produce contents that are relevant to us. And this is what we call knowledge database. I don't know if there is a translation into Portuguese. So do we have something today that we could practically give to healthcare professionals as to how they can start building this database, this knowledge database of theirs? How can they become better and more agile? I can contribute bringing a practical case of what you brought up, and then I really want to listen to the others' opinions. I don't know if you were aware of what happened last week with Lisa, a 17-year-old student that since 2018 adopted homeschooling. She lives in Sorocaba, in the inner state, São Paulo, and she actually managed to succeed in the entrance examination test to medical school, and actually the legal system did not allow her to join university, and she's brilliant, and she said, if I learn on my own, I think I can do better than at school. And she adopted homeschooling, even knowing that in Brazil it's not legalized. So she created a study method, 6 hours a day, and she ranked 5th in this medical school entrance examination. So in Brazilian society, we tend to discuss this increasingly more, how education can be increasingly more an instrument of training self-taught people. We're talking about lifelong learning. It's for you to learn throughout your life. Everybody has to be a bit self-taught person because technology allows us to, with our smartphones at hand, to do a lot of that. I just wanted to put this cherry on the cake because this is an emblematic case, because we actually talked to Elisa and we're trying to help her as much as we can. I believe in this point, in medicine, this is happening for us to have education based on competencies. So you must have theoretical knowledge, you have to absorb all of this, but you have to have a learning that puts you there in the practice. So I believe this content, so this sort of skill-based content, will be more present. And there is so much specificity, so much depth that things that we have today. So you have to seek an area and be a person that knows that quite deeply. Every professional that practices medicine, nursing, physiotherapy, they have actually done undergraduate studies. This is the basis. This is how the market regulates things. So it's a pre-requirement. Let's have this. And after this, everyone has to seek their knowledge and learning to evolve. That needs to be continuous. And many times from there, you don't do that through a certificate. It's through seeking skills, competence. So professional has to say, okay, how do I do that? So they seek knowledge. So I'm not very well in this kind of app or this content. So this kind of skill, where am I going to get it? And specifically seek it. It doesn't have to be a course or
70% of Brazilians have internet access. So this is a mobile that you can use for micro-learning. It is a very updated learning concept for small concepts, for fewer ideas and less content, for a nurse, professional, for any staff member to strengthen specific contents. Think about the content these professionals need to have now during the pandemic. It was really very critical. So many protocols, drugs, and so many things that were not provided by a face-to-face course or a 6-month course. Everybody needed information immediately. So micro-learning is an answer and is a tool. So we have to create small content capsules in a very agile, straightforward, friendly way so that hospitals, healthcare professionals, everyone can make understanding of these concepts easier with smaller content, lessons, with quick understanding that will give the collaborator independency, and that this collaborator will take this course, this short course, with his mobile or tablet whenever this user wants. So when I talk about these content, less content, people say, oh, okay, this is for soft skills. No, not necessarily. You can even improve a technical skill with a content capsule. But of course, there are many conformity issues, protocols, hygiene standards, internal bylaws, management. I mean, there are a number of contents that you need to learn, things that are part of your daily activity. And it's not a specialization, it's not a grad course, it's just content. So this is a new way that we healthcare professionals need to understand. The world now demands this from us, and we have to learn and absorb micro contents to develop a skill. Yes, definitely. Bernardo, in practical terms, when I listen to you, I think about many things. When you asked me, my answer was Medscape. Of course, Medscape, and you know better than I do. What's the readership that is not a healthcare professional at Medscape? And after what Ferla mentioned in the growth speed of healthcare knowledge that doubles its size every 2 years, we have postgraduate courses that are not really tailored for the critical mass of healthcare professionals. So renewal and competency assessment should be performed within the company where this professional works. And where we're working, we have a development path with a lot of training hours. I don't want to say that they're too much, but it's I mean, many hours based on competencies that you fulfill, and then you go to the next stage in a scale. The first time I saw this was when I was reading about the academy that has nothing to do with my specialty. So the 3 pillars of health are the providers, the operators, and the industry. These are the 3 pillars of the industry. And these stakeholders need to assess their competencies and institutional programs and learning paths. And how will we do this? Well, by certifications that companies provide, healthcare companies, and certifications providers, partners, operators must fill out to be accredited. So healthcare educators, as you are, need also to consider what's going on with international accreditation companies. Yes, great. If I may, just a comment on what Sergio mentioned, because we always talk about technology, but technology is a means. It's a means to make content available. But the most essential thing and the priority number one is content. Content, as Sergio said. And content is provided by a specialist. So when there is a technology in the content, it has to be certified and validated, peer validated. Let me give you an example. An example here at INCOR, there was a heart massage emergency treatment game for online courses. And they all followed these CPI Manchester protocol. So everybody, medical doctors and specialists were validated in Manchester's CPR guidelines, and they were validated according to the protocol, the theory, and according to our institution's needs. So content is essential. It has to be peer validated. We have some questions. Yes. I just want to put something in context, less than 1 minute. Ferla mentioned something. We talk about non-degrees, these short, very specialized capsule content degrees. And we see that there are many schools, universities that are specializing in these nano degrees. And the American market uses this concept because there is such dynamic turnover of content in the American market. We have futurism, the past is totally outdated, and there is a new word coined, nowism. Everything is an ism. So knowledge is so perishable, so dynamic. When you specialized in a certain content, there is another content that replaces what you have already learned. So the nowism and the interaction in these situations are supported by nano degrees that will help you at in that competency, in that skill. Okay, so be made available in different formats, in different situations, and will be consumed. Podcasts, longer texts, simulations. What will connect all of these possibilities? So, since we're talking about the future of education and health, there is a writer in 1960, Selten Kasten, a German writer, that created a grade system. He was a German sociologist that created a methodology. He would write down only what was relevant. It was a note-taking methodology. So he would write down everything that was relevant. He read an article, he would summarize what he had learned and put it in a box. This model was left alone for some decades, and technology has made this model progress, because you don't need to carry out your file filled with notes. You're going to have all of your notes in a cloud. So being faithful to what we're saying here, I won't explain what smart noting is, but I invite everybody here, check this out, smart noting. You can look it up, and these two concepts are very interesting. You will learn how to learn. There's a question for the group. COVID showed that one of the major healthcare problems was the lack of professional training. How can we, in practical terms, show how much money was wasted? Money is part, but lives, wasted lives due to lack of quality service. And how can we convince the corporate sector to invest more in education? How can we do this? Well, I think that Sergio and Ferla can talk about this for the healthcare sector more specifically, but what we have seen is the following. There are a number of countries that are currently creating courses or programs to train their population for these new market demands. The UK launched a free program for the population to understand what AI is all about. Denmark as well. And in the US, the private initiative is investing. Amazon will invest more than $600 million in training to train their staff. China, a different reality. But in 4th grade, students learn AI in school. So, I mean, we have seen that there is a movement by some countries, there is a movement by some companies that understand that the best solution is to train their staff. But professional qualification in this spinning world, in a global context, we see that some countries are doing something about that. So I leave Sergio and Ferla to talk about what's going on in healthcare. Well, the question is amazing. And there are so many things involved in this question. First, we're talking about a viral disease. And with the first pandemic wave, nobody knew ready. So the news on bad performance are there, of course, but we try to step up to the situation. And the necessary competencies to deal with a respiratory infectious disease are well known by healthcare professionals. What was the case? And this is what Ferla mentioned, which was the new variable that we saw here at the hospital. There was a tremendous amount and load of information that was transmitted. And it wasn't negative for one hospital, or it wasn't negative for an institution. It was a complicating factor in real areas at national and state level, because we were flooding in information. The second important thing we should mention, and this is what we saw with the experience, was how to get ready for such high volume of infected patients. And what lies at the basis of this? Well, transmission modes, knowledge, healthcare professionals know because they were educated on this. But many hospitals and departments had no education departments in their facilities, and they were developed to teach their staff on these characteristics. So what we're talking here about all of the variables that play a role on good and bad endpoints that involve healthcare systems, private healthcare, public healthcare, size of the population served. I mean, many variables that account for the outcomes. But the question is great. How can we prevent or improve our development, our performance? Well, with education in healthcare. And this was a revival of certain aspects in, for instance, intensive care units, primary care. Primary care is essential, and this is what we need to focus on. Campaign hospitals that were really criticized. How many lives were saved? Was there an exaggeration? Yes, there was. But these tools are tools that are based on educational competencies. These competencies are transferred by the interaction of a teacher and a student, which are necessary to convince all involved in decision making. And this took place in a very positive manner. And this brings me back to the idea that we need to focus on education, because you can have the best graduate on the School of Nursing, the best medical doctor, but this professional has to be trained in training of a new infectious diseases that was not part of any syllabus of any assignment. And as Ferla mentioned before, this has to do with the validation of scientific information. Yes, Sergio, Sergio put it very plainly, but the only way we can evolve in healthcare, professionals, institutions, and evolve as countries, the only way out is through education. The leverage factor for any person and for any institution is education. We will only overcome everything with education. Education generates knowledge, productivity, gives us assertiveness, and gives you competitiveness as a country. It is the only way out. It is the only solution. We need to invest using all the technological tools we have available. You don't need to go to a national or international excellence center to get the best education. You can graduate online on anything, and what Mauricio mentioned, nano degrees, everything is available online. But we need to invest on this. The only way out, the only way we will become a great nation with great professionals is through education. I guess that you have exactly said what underlies the whole of the debate. I mean, information is outdated immediately, and we are covering what's going on with COVID ever since the beginning. We at Medscape, and if anybody doesn't know what Medscape is, we're a 30-year-old company that makes all knowledge available. We have all papers published globally. Well, maybe not all, but most papers published. And we have a publishing team with advisors in all scientific societies. And what we do is we submit the current information we had at a given moment on COVID was that one. And our obligation as a vehicle was to publish the information. A couple of days later, a couple of weeks later, we had to update the information, and we would warn everyone that that information had been updated. Me, as head publisher of a global platform, I felt that some pieces of information that were already outdated, I wasn't able as a publisher to make the professional at the other end understand that what I was updating is not updated today any longer. And I know that there are channels we can't control. I will quote one because it's very typical in Brazil, which is WhatsApp. Something that is true at a given moment. And of course, we're talking about source checking, curating, and everything. A content maybe is not truthful because the source is not true. Or a concept was true in January 2020. It is no longer true in June 2020. But for some given reason, this content explodes and everybody starts resending this on WhatsApp. And this is what happened. I don't know if there is a solution to this phenomenon, an immediate solution, but this is what happens. I'm sorry, Mauricio, because I think you wanted to say something. listening to Sergio and to you, I remembered an article I read a couple of weeks before that talks about education. And we agree in the fact that, yes, education is the basis for the evolution of professionals. And this article talked about education 20, 30 years down the line, because we are living in a world where we need lifelong learners, but the main product we can offer is a graduate degree with a beginning, a middle, and an end. That is, we have a finite product, but the demand is ongoing. So there is a problem here. So the inference in the past was that, yes, maybe in the medium or longer term, the product, that is to have a university degree, will become an everlasting product. And our experience at university, you go to university, you take a 6, 4, 8, 10, whatever year course, and you graduate, and I pay a monthly fee during the duration of my course, will be a subscription mode. I go to university when I'm 18 with a monthly payment, but I will not undergo this process of studying for a number of years and graduated, but rather I will have a lifelong relationship because this is what the world needs. Just a comment. I remembered what I read, and I think it is totally related to what you asked.
Because actually, graduation is regulatory. Then you have to have your degree approved by a council. So perhaps this should be disseminated by the board. So medicine, nursing, as you put it quite well, education is permanent, and the fee, or tuition fee, whilst you practice it, it's also eternal. And going back to what you said in the beginning, Sergio, you must have somebody that certifies, that accredits. You have the knowledge and the skill, and then you can do it. And this is also important. So for medicine especially, you must have the accreditation, certification, that everything is okay. It's a mix. So we'll continue with traditional education. We're going to have the non-degrees, the lifelong learning. All of this is composition, and everything is combined for education. I'm getting a message here that our time is up. We got we were really praised and compliments, and we received lots of compliments. I'd like to thank our speakers. We were able to set up a panel that has been quite varied. We've addressed thousands of things at the same time, and we've shown how complex this topic is. I don't know if you have any final remark you'd like to make, although our time is up. Any final message or takeaway message from each one? No, to me, it's been wonderful to be here with you. It's a great joy. Thank you very much. Great pleasure. Thanking you. Just me too. I'd like to thank you all for Kiers, Comea, excellent event, and congratulations, Bernardo, for greatly conducting it. Sergio, Mauricio, great company. Thank you for the invitation, and I thank you for those that have made up this panel screen. This is the best school. I've learned a lot in this hour. It's been incredible. Thank you all very much attending. Thank you, Bernardo. Well, everyone, thank you very much. It's been incredible. I've learned a lot. This conversation does not end here. I do hope we have sown a seed and we can proceed and further debates. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante, tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo. Aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Before we present the next panel, I'd like to tell everyone to use our platform, browse, connect, and you can also relax in our cafe, right? Yes, Isa. Let's move on to our next panel, Get to Know the Strategy, with the moderation of former Ministry of Health Secretary and Rio de Janeiro State University professor, and also the Health Service Head, João Pironi. We're going to talk about the role of the government in financing innovation. So trust and connect yourself. And remember, in November at FIS 21 in Symmetry. Let's move on to our next panel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to first thank for this honorable invitation from this initiative. Thank José Vilar and Rodrigo Viral, and a pleasure to be here with João Pironi from BNDES, with whom I had the pleasure of working with, and when I was at the Ministry of Health, how much BNDES fosters innovation in healthcare in the country. Just to provide you a few numbers before I hand over to João, BNDES has a successful history in terms of the industrial healthcare complex. Overall, between 2010 and 2019, almost 6 billion reais were invested in projects with different financial instruments. Reimbursable funds, non-reimbursable funds, the stock stakes, the ventures. So BNDES has a fundamental role in developing healthcare in the country. So I'm going to talk about fostering healthcare input, so necessary, and this pandemic has shown us how much we must have our own structure, strong industrial complex to confront that. The Ministry of Health has been contributing to this partnership with BNDES. It's very sound. And BNDES, through funds, non-reimbursable funds, for example, about 10% of the profit of BNDES is reinvested in non-reimbursable funds. So for fostering several production lines, especially of pharmaceutical products. So we have great foreign dependency. So there's an imbalance in our trade balance in this area. So I'd like to highlight a few points in this panel with João. There are specific projects today show the importance of BNDES. I'd like to take the opportunity, whilst I was at the Ministry of Health, we set up a whole structure of the Genome Project with the leadership of Dr. Camille Jareta. And BNDES, once again, has been taking part of this initiative, knowing of the importance of this industry in terms of access of the population to the public health system, to these innovations, but not only technological, but also therapeutical. I'd like to actually bring up some points to spur our discussion here with Mr. Pironi. How much BNDES is so concerned about the IFAs in the country. So BNDES invested in Nortec so that we could have independence in this area, so critical in this area. BNDES supports the innovation and also radical innovation in the country through productive innovation, investing in development of biotechnology that somehow brings several funds to the public health system, SUS. If we look at the success case in the country, I'd say that in the aerospace industry, EMPREENDEDORISMO is a success case. Brazil is a state-of-the-art manufacturer in terms of aircraft manufacturing. So this happened through a state project with the market and academia. It was a joint effort. I'd like to have your reflection, because when I was at the Ministry of Health, it was clear that there was great focus on production, that we would encourage local production. But we had a previous stage, which is research and development. Crucial point for us to consolidate this industrial complex in the country. And for this, we have to bring academia to our side so that we can articulate that and move forward, not only in incremental innovation and radical innovation, and that the country needs to do, as following the example of other areas, agribusiness, oil prospection, and airspace industry. We have human capital to do that. We have financial instruments led by BNDES. We have academia ready for that, but we need this articulation. This is a state project, not government project. I'd like to give the floor to João Peroni. And once again, I'd like to stress the great satisfaction of being here with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Denizar. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Josier, Rodrigo for the invitation to take part of the CONEA Summit. It's a pleasure to be with you, an expert in innovation in healthcare with practical experience, also at the Ministry of Health. So it's great to see you again, right, Denizar? It's been quite a while we haven't seen each other. It's great to share this moment. Denizar, I believe, taking the last point of your talk, innovation with state policy, I think this is key, because innovation, by definition, is mid-long term. It has risks, uncertainties, and it's not possible to conceive public policies that only look in the short term when we are discussing innovation, when we want to see the effects of these public policies in innovation. So this is a starting point and an assumption that we naturally, in Brazil, there is a difficulty for us to have more long-lasting policies. So we can go into more details into some of them. They're important. But first point, we must have a state policy and long-lasting. Brazil's research support and foster institutions can perform. Then we have FINEP, then we have EMPREENDEDORISmo, bridging companies and institutions that are scientific and technological. And we have BNDES also playing part of this role, and also with a viewpoint that it can reach the market, our economy, and see a social impact of innovation at the very end. So we have a technology system in the institutions and instruments that is all encompassing. We must have this vision, state, long term. We have the institutions. We have been facing difficulties regarding budget of these institutions. This also in the past few years, we have been having difficulties with the recent change of legislation that will allow FMCP to be a fund, and we expect to have more funds for science and technology in Brazil. And I'm bringing a point that you brought up. EMPREENDEDORISmo is a successful case of this triple helix that we call it. We have it in literature. And you're totally right that we can actually reproduce this to other areas. Agribusiness is another example, using Embrapa as an anchor technological company. And we also have a lot of research and development and scientists in various areas that are very relevant in healthcare. We have companies looking at pharmaceutical companies that today are willing to take risks much more than in the past. They're moving to generic to radical implementation. And we have, in the case of health, an additional element that I believe is the potential of the purchasing power of the state to be able to leverage certain technologies. So we have the conditions to be much less dependent than we are today of pharmaceutical inputs, of products in the frontier of knowledge, biotechnological products. And we have an experience in Brazil, and you, Denizar, at the time that you were brilliantly taking care of this agenda, which is the PDPs, which was the virtuous articulation between private investment, public investment, so PPPs, actually funding from the NDS and FINEP. And I would also add another element, which is regulatory. And Visa, so a national surveillance agency, actually playing a major role with biological products and being very active and relevant. We decided to, we actually have had an experience that had some trial and errors and got certain things right, but this allowed Brazil today, if we look back and we see the sort of film from 2010 to 2021, we had no biotechnology plant in Brazil. Today we have 4 biotechnology plants in Brazil, private to public plants. And of course, again, going back to your point, if we look at the production, we still need to bring innovation, development. And I think this is a point that we need to enhance with this kind of public policy. But I think it's proven that it's possible. I believe we have to use this example so that we can improve, bring innovation to the strategy so that we can actually make Brazil to keep not only production capacity, that this is important in the pandemic, the possibility of manufacturing vaccines in Brazil at Butantan Institute and Fiocruz Institute has allowed Brazil to have a better vaccine performance with the formulation, and in a short period of time we're going to have the active pharmaceutical inputs. We could produce the vaccine from the beginning. If we had the knowledge of the inputs before, it would have been better. So that was some step that needs to be taken. So to start a conversation here, I would bring up these points: state policy, long-term, for us to have institutions. In healthcare, we have an environment that I believe that is very enabling for us to aim at having companies that are as competitive in healthcare as Embraer is today in the aerospace industry. Very good, João. I'd like to take this opportunity and think about the industrial complex of this partnership with the ministry with various other players, including BNDES, and you were very active in the policy of the PPPs, that no doubt there are certain adjustments that need to be made, but the balance is quite positive. And how has this favored population in terms of access to new technologies? And actually, this is very positive. So the Genoma project has this goal, mapping population. So we have a multi-ethnic feature that requires more knowledge on diseases, etc. And we certainly will be able to attain that. But what I wanted to comment on and hear you on this is that we were somewhat classified as industrial complex PDP. PDP is more of an instrument for that. We had opportunity when we had the vaccines for COVID-19. So of using an instrument that is provided by the law, which is technological order. So I had the opportunity in my final period at the ministry of receiving, along with the city, with the Camille, Dr. Camille, we started taking the first steps of the technological order. I see this as a very valuable instrument for that. So then we can go to innovation. So state taking part in the development of technology. I'd like to hear of the other instruments of the complex issues or aspects in health. So it has to be part of public policies. It has to have continuous improvement and other instruments that are expected to happen. Well, perfectly put, Vanessa. The Oxford vaccine is a technological order along with Fiocruz Institute or Foundation. And this criticism is totally correct. Public policies to discuss health has to go beyond this partnership or development program. For a whole year, we focused exclusively on it, and we missed some opportunities of leveraging other topics and also innovation, because this type of partnership is a possibility of having new technologies, but not of new drugs or new devices and new products for health that are not yet available in society. And then this sense, Denizar, I believe that it's actually today what we have a legal framework that enables or allows for that. So our policy, the national policy of innovation in health, it has three major instruments. So they have PDP, that is one, this partnership. The other one is technological order, and another instrument, as it's being done for radiotherapy. So we have one or two manufacturers who try to attract to Brazil production development, a kind of offset for a relevant acquisition of products, as it happened with linear accelerators. And there's technological order. So actually we have three instruments to be used, if I'm not mistaken, perhaps. The Oxford vaccine has been the first contract of a technological order by the ministry, and so we have a long way to go here, Denizar. What would this enable? Looking from the BNDES, glasses and other institutions will do the same. If we have technological order or commission from the Ministry of Health that identifies a demand in healthcare that is very clear, relevant technology for the country, I believe this guides and conditions the efforts and prioritizes the efforts of the other institutions so that funds can actually be driven to that initiative. So we have all this pathway, the financing, mobilize and Visa, the surveillance agency, obviously the Ministry of Health, and we end up having a much more effective result. I think these initiatives or these priorities that may come from the Ministry of Health, we are using the ministry, and so we have the ministry as the defense ministry in some cases. So we have similar policies. So other ministries do not have this feature of taking the industry. The health ministry does not. It can actually lead to these partnerships and also innovation. You, Denise, are totally correct in actually bringing out this topic, and this mobilizes institutions. I've mentioned here that it prioritizes funds and also other things. So BNDES works with funds, but we have non-reimbursable funds that are quite significant, certain stakes in certain funds, market instruments, we fall in the innovation policy. So just something, the last thing you've mentioned, the Genome Project, which is an initiative that is incredible. It was launched last year. So it's called Genomes Brazil, and the ministry has been taking several measures, and the NDS should launch in a short period of time. We actually were going to have a meeting tomorrow with the researchers and the ministry to define the last details of a public bid of 50 million reais for supporting non-reimbursable funds for genome sequencing in Brazil. Due to everything that you've said here, considering the diversity of the Brazilian population, this is a project that puts Brazil and our public health system in future medicine, and will provide the grounds, the fact that we have a genetic database of Brazilian population with ethnic mix that we have with features that are so heterogeneous. We're going to have a base that will be fantastic for us to move forward once again in innovation with new drugs, new therapies, cell therapies, and this will be the basis for future medicine. And we should shortly have the launch of this tender along with the Ministry of Health.
So great and fantastic, João, to be together in this initiative in the Brazilian genome, and it's an innovative program, but puts Brazil and the public health system in state-of-the-art innovation, and we're in the middle of the pandemic, but this was a fantastic initiative put forth by the health ministry. When we talk about non-reimbursable funds and the National Development Bank, BNDES, is at the cornerstone of this issue. The bank, the National Development Bank, plays a role in which we have thousands of neglected diseases, and it's not only neglected by big pharma, but we have some experience with drugs for resistant TB and specific dengue fevers, Zika fever programs, and that is essential. So there is a scenario of diseases in the Southern Hemisphere that is different from the Northern Hemisphere. So what is your take on this debate on non-redeemable funds with these experiences that you have with neglected diseases? Thank you, Denisar. It is a very timely topic. If you are not aware of what the bank's FundTech is, our National Development Fund, a bank, allocates part of profits to funds that are non-redeemable funds. Part of these funds are funds for technological innovation called BNDES FundTech to leverage these funds. And health is one of the priorities, and it is one of the areas in which we use these funds for innovation. And we always have a new approach for these funds. And we can finance initiatives that will be neglected otherwise if it weren't for these non-reimbursable funds. And we can put innovation and social impact together. So what is the importance of neglected diseases in this landscape for FundTech? And as you mentioned, we have 3 major neglected diseases. We have a gigantic tropical disease burden, as you mentioned. And there is a number of projects funded, and we will have a new round for new projects. for schistosomiasis. There is a very interesting project for the fact that there's no compliance with children because the medication tastes awful. For resistant TB, as you mentioned, we have a project sponsored with Fiocruz and ANDI with DNDI, which is an important partner of Médecins Sans Frontières that is specialized in neglected disease, DNDI. And we have academic competency. We have a fantastic experience in non-communicative diseases. And we have institutions like the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, state-of-the-art agencies and institutions, and many others. And of course, many funds want to put these products in their portfolio. And we should remember that we also develop INFAS. It is also interesting because of that. We have non-redeemable funds for the development of innovative disease input. And neglected diseases are not an interesting issue for big pharmas, and there is tremendous prevalence here in Brazil. So this will, of course, be one of our key interests. And what is the general scenario here at Fundec? Well, we have a guideline at the bank, at the National Bank, to foster partnerships to leverage non-redeemable funds made available by the bank. So we have a counterpart by the partner. So every real invested by the bank, the counterpart invests R$1 of these funds allocated. So we entered into an agreement with EMPREENDEDORISMO to allocate funds, and we allocate part of the funds and they allocate the counterpart. So with this approach, we leverage resources, and we are really focusing on this partnership with EMPREENDEDORISMO, and we are looking at strategic funding for the health care service sector. And amongst neglected diseases, the pandemic exposed the fragility and the urgent need of the Brazilian political structure. And with this partnership with EMPREENDEDORISMO will focus on bridging the gap in this area with fantastic potential for public health in Brazil, for the Ministry of Health, vaccines, independency in diagnosis. There is a lack of reagents here in Brazil, so we need to be more independent in diagnostic areas. And the objective we have is to leverage, allocate funds for neglected diseases, trying to leverage resources made available through these partnerships. And to conclude, Denisar, our National Development Bank, together with the Ministry of Health, is the sponsor of the dengue fever vaccine developed by Butantan Lab. And we expect that next year, the most, we will be able to register dengue fever's vaccine. That it'll be, I mean, a gigantic accomplishment by Brazilian scientists. And the development was homemade by Butantan Lab. It's totally 100% Brazilian science. So I believe that we will really have great news in 2022. And Zika fever, we are developing currently new diagnostic tools because it's very difficult to make a difference between all of these tropical fevers, dengue fever, chikungunya fever, Zika fever, and we are creating a test that will give us the possibility to make a quick diagnosis available in the public health system. João, fantastic. I mean, we're really making gigantic steps forwards in public health. So this is the last minute, unfortunately, of our 30 minutes. I just want to focus on something that you mentioned. João, which is the role played by EMPREENDEDOrismo. EMPREENDEDOrismo has been really leveraged by the health sector because EMPREENDEDOrismo can reproduce what Embraer did in the airplane business, what Embrapa does in the agribusiness, and EMPREENDEDOrismo, which is the national agency for the development of health sciences, will be fantastic. And everything that you mentioned with neglected diseases and drugs. So, well, this is it. And your take-home message, João. Well, Denisar, I would like to thank you. I mean, it was so fast. We could spend days talking about these topics, fantastic topics. I mean, the role of government in financing and innovation. It's such a momentous topic, and we have the chance and the opportunity to bring back to the conversation table the need to invest in innovation, in strategic products for the public health program due to the fragility of the system exposed in the pandemic. The National Development Bank, it is totally available and is fostering and working to make available resources and instruments to leverage activities for agencies to make progress in this end. Thank you, Denisar. Thank you, João. And thank you very much, you at the industry development sector at the bank. And thank you very much, João, for your participation. I thank all participants and the invitation to be the moderator in this interesting.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença. Acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um? Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? Como ser parceiro das empresas? Como conversar em mais pessoas? É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASCII. A resposta é saúde.
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Olá, o IBKL é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Medflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergia com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
O que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica, para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
HB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser
Hello, everyone. I must tell you that in our trust platform, a survey is going on so that we can learn more about you and also to provide you with certificates if you need them. You can also talk to us on the using the QR code in the corner of your screen. With the pandemic, all segments had to reinvent themselves. And to talk about that, we'll have Fabrício Campolina, Healthcare Transformation Officer at J&J Medical Latam, the moderator of the debate. We also have the Vice President of Health and Benefits for THB Brazil, Eduardo Comar, the Technology Director for Audio Products at Global, Marcelo Souza, and the General Director of the Syrio-Libanese Hospital, Paulo Chapchap. They will talk about reinventing traditional segments and what health can learn. So let us begin our panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're very happy to be here discussing this very important topic, which is a concern of all companies in all segments. And what can we take as messages and lessons for the health segment? Congratulations to FIS Initiative for this very successful program. And we have 3 debaters who have come to share their experience with us. I am sure that the next hour will be a wealth of information for all of us. I would like to begin by asking our panel members to describe their journey, the changes that we have been experimenting based on digital transformation and other changes that have been accelerated in the last year and a half. We also want to hear from Marcelo and Eduardo about their different segments, and then Mr. Chap will tell us how this applies to the health segment. So I will begin by inviting Marcelo Souza to describe his experience within global TV and the entertainment segment in general. What are the main insights that he can share with us? Good afternoon, Marcelo. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Last physical event that I participated in was in the beautiful Museum of Tomorrow in Rio. Very interesting to be here virtually. I am now the technology director for digital products at Globo. And also this includes Global Play, which has been following a very positive path and journey along the last few years. Our work is confused with the growth of the internet, but digital is much more than that. It is a new means for reaching out to your consumer, to your patient. In your case, I am from a family of physicians. My father is a physician, a surgeon at the Cancer Institute. My brother is an oncologist at Syro-Libanese Hospital. So the whole family is of physicians, and we've been talking about the changes very often that our segments have been experiencing, and how the digital aspect and Industry 4.0 is for all segments. It's a revolution where results appear in processes and where your service becomes a platform. And we call that ecosystems to fulfill your daily needs and your jobs to be done, as Clinton Christensen from Harvard Business School says. But this is my initial comment. I'm very excited to participate in this conversation, and let us understand how we can grow together in this new moment in which all the different industrial segments are stronger in their connection with consumers. I like the vision of a platform, as you call them. We call it an ecosystem, as you described yourself. And this is a very important point for our conversation. Now let us hear Eduardo. He will tell us how his segment, which involves a lot of risk-taking, has learned from the recent changes. Good afternoon. Hello, Fabrício. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. Thanking Josier Villar for inviting me. I believe that all change in experience comes with pains. There is no other way. That's the only thing that forces us to change. I work in the insurance segment, a very traditional industry, and when we talk to all players and stakeholders in the market, we see that they are not happy. The companies are not happy with the amounts paid for health insurance. When we talk to the insurers, they are unhappy with a high level of claims and their margins dropping drastically in the COVID scenario. We don't know what the consequences will be of this reduction in selective processes and medical procedures that have been canceled because of the pandemic. And on the other hand, the health service providers are also feeling under a lot of pressure. So in the insurance market in general, what we see is unhappiness and discontent from all sides. Added to that, we have regulatory problems. We have a national regulatory agency which year after year changes its processes. There is only replacement of processes and not an evolution. We have problems we have legal problems also. Today, it has been very typical for people to go to court, go to justice for any small problem, any claim, and many times they win at the end, and lastly, we have a stabilization in the last years of the number of accesses to private health plans. So we are highly dependent on the economic scenario and on corporate growth to be able to enjoy some kind of expansion ourselves. So the adjustments in the prices of health insurance are difficult for the consumers to afford, and we require many and big changes to prevent our whole system from collapsing. Added to that, we have a difficulty in terms of engagement, and in the unions, labor unions also, they don't understand the values that are offered, and we have 4 generations in our market. So we access all these 4 generations. All 4 have different perceptions of life, and we communicate to them in the same way. So there is a very urgent need for digital solutions, for new products in the health segment, and there is no doubt that 100% of the people want to invest. But again, we run into the cost barrier. So if you ask 100 people if they want to buy a Ferrari, all 100 will answer yes. Now, if you ask them if they can afford it, maybe 1 or 2 only will say yes. So we run into desire versus capability, and any kind of technological breakthrough or progress that can help us will be very welcome. And the idea is to make health services affordable and enabled to everyone. And when we talk about data and data treatment, health data are much more sensitive than all other data and traditional data. And this is not only in Brazil, but the whole world has issues with regards to data protection. We know that data is gold that needs to be properly mined and used. If we're able to do that, we will effectively have very satisfactory results. And we can link that to expenditures also. We have expenditures and wastage in health at very high levels, and all stakeholders are involved in that, be it for poor utilization, or for wastage, or for lack of control, or poor control. So we have a series of factors that need to be better controlled. And when we go to the top healthcare trends, we no longer have the one-size-fits-all. The patient needs to have customized treatment and communication. When we do that, we can work by demand, and with that we have AI, Internet of Things, and a series of factors through which technology brings a decisive factor for this equation. And now, considering all these problems, the only alternative to solve and to make healthcare accessible and affordable is with the use of technology, be it by offering collective services or telemedicine that was really useful during the pandemic to reduce the lines, especially for less complex cases and visits. We can reduce costs. We can collect data from all the possible sources through questionnaires, through occupational management, and with that we are able to work preventively, and actually prevention is the basic pillar of health, and with focusing on that we will be able to control our costs better so that later on we will have more balance. I believe that the big solution is, I don't know if it's with Johnson or SulAmérica or Amil, but we need to understand that we are in the same ecosystem. The need to develop awareness among our groups and the great work we have to do will be greatly aided by technology. So as soon as we can access a greater number of people, we will have a better situation and we will be able to bring more balance to our ecosystem and have a truly sustainable market for all. Exactly, Eduardo. The point that you bring, that different industrial segments face challenges that require changes that are transformative and not incremental. And technology, as you mentioned, the data can be considered as gold to bring about this change. Mr. Chap, going away from listening to these initial comments, how do you see the changes that the health sector has been experiencing, and how do you think we can use technology and other advances to overcome the challenges that we face? Good afternoon, Eduardo, Marcelo, and Fabrício. The first question we have to ask ourselves, as Eduardo described very properly, is that every change requires a major initial investment. So the question we have to ask is this really necessary, or is it only a fad? How much investment must be absorbed? And our first answer is that it is absolutely necessary, both for the Brazilian public health system as well as the private health system. So first and foremost, we must have an awareness of the need to incorporate these technologies, which are technologies for interaction, used to capture and collect data, to be treated and to be used to form predictive models so that you can make decisions based on what the data show. We have two levels in hierarchies in this digital change. One is the hierarchy. So the question that comes up after the question about need is which changes are necessary, or else you will end up investing in areas where the return on your investment will not be paid for. So you have to select which actions are necessary for the segment's sustainability. And then from that, you go on to the value formula. There are two things that need to be applied to technology and this digital change. The first one that you mentioned about the HMOs is the enormous number of procedures that maybe are not even necessary. Obviously, analyzing data of the whole set of procedures may help us to select those that will bring some kind of impact on the people's life, the people who underwent those procedures. So the first analysis needs to use tools that enable you to study the actual need for medical procedures. Secondly, you need to improve results. We know that today, the third cause of mortality in society in general, the number one is heart disease, the second is cancer, and the third is death in hospitals because of avoidable mistakes, adverse events that could be avoided. So the second dimension after pertinence is knowing whether you are obtaining the results that you require without adverse events and with long-term results. And here, data analysis helps us to compare different providers so that we can know the results obtained. And during the pandemic, we noticed that the amount of procedures required for COVID, for example, was very big. So the data variability is considered. So it's risk levels, but the data also help us to normalize the risk standard using mortality standards and other data. And if you still see a big difference, that means you need to correct your processes, use different technologies, and have better development for your professionals.
The other point is the patient experience. So in healthcare, we don't sell technology, but the quality that you bring in terms of patient experience. They are extremely frail people that need to have some comfort because the stress or post-traumatic stress may leave a long-term effects. And you realize that I'm using the pandemic, but it applies for other pathologies. Long COVID brings very bad results in terms of mental health because of post-traumatic stress disorder. So we talk about patient experience, we talk a lot about lots of things, and the other point is capture a good use of data that bring in terms of benefit to us, considering waste. Even the procedures that are absolutely necessary for patients, they may be conducted at lower cost without compromising results and the patient's experience. The comparative analysis of cost of procedures, so the number of inputs used for a given procedure, whatever it is, hospitalization, surgical hospitalization, diagnosis, minimally invasive procedure or tumor treatment, all of them should be checked to see whether they have a minimum cost to deliver the same results that we need. To have this digital transformation in a hospital institution like the Syrio Lebanese hospital that is completing its 100th anniversary, they managed to acquire and build a high reputation. It's a typical traditional company that has existed for a long time with high reputation that sometimes wonders, why do I need to make this transformation, right? It is the classical on the field. I've taken up space, I have prestige and credibility. So why do I need to do that? Why do we need to do that? The data I've shown you previously shows that this transformation is extremely necessary. However, if it is not followed by a cultural change, awareness of this need for a more agile, more dynamic, and more autonomous procedure with accountability at the very front with patients, if we don't have this cultural changes, you don't incorporate the necessary digital tools. And cultural transformation also requires not isolatedly a transformation of the organizational structure and a transformation of the management model within this new organizational structure. We may talk a bit further about this when we debate on the transformations we've had the opportunity of conducting in the structure and the organization, and the search for a more nimble structure within the institution to actually have the transformations. Of course, Dr. Sharp, excellent remarks. You brought a point that can guide us in our chat in the next 20 or 30 minutes. I'd like to start with the patient experience. That has been one of the points brought up. Marcelo was telling us about the platform view that global health, sometimes we call it ecosystem within health, and very few Brazilians have not experienced this phenomenon that has been Big Brother Brazil. It's worth reflecting that if we look at the past 20 years, it started with a gigantic success, and then with the start of social media, it lost a bit of audience in the past 2 years, especially this year. The platform that we've created, connecting it with social media, has actually created a breakthrough and great engagement. I'd like to hear a bit, Marcelo. How have you used it? Using the example of Big Brother Brazil, it ended on Tuesday with a great success case. And how do you think other industries, for example, healthcare, can actually apply or use in terms of patient experience and other points? I think Big Brother Brazil is in fact an event here throughout Brazil. It tells stories of Brazilians to Brazilians in a very good way. It's one of the main missions here at Global. And we actually decided some time ago to look at the experience, as we were saying here, and in the user experience, that's where the content results or meets a need. If it's in the social media, it has to be there. If it's for our websites, if it's in Global Play, it has to be there. And each one will bring a type of experience. Each platform will bring a kind of experience and meet a specific need. Whether it's live consumption, for you to see all the cameras when it's not being aired, when we have open camera, which is a platform that connects all Brazilians, 98% of households, where we have audiences of 30, 40 million Brazilians connected at the same time. Also on social media, where conversation is much more fluid and faster. The BBB network is a concept that has been created. It's been very clever, and it ended up being the pioneer of what we've done now, which is uniting companies' digital transformation, as we say. It's not just the app, the product, it's how we work, how we bring efficiency to the day-to-day. Working with data, building and producing and distributing content. So we have combined the companies, Globosat, Global.com. Today we are just one company. We merged all the three. BBB did that 3 years ago when we voted the logics. Rather than saying, what is it going to be? How is Globosat is going to address BBB? How is Global.com going to address BBB? Is how BBB is going to be consumed by users. So it becomes a user-centered approach to see how to best meet the needs. We have digital products, and actually the great winners in digital products are those that actually tapped into the specificity of the needs and use digital tools, scale, better know the users, and actually iterate based on users' feedback. So we're going to talk about data in a while. I think this is what's most important, visibility and reducing the barrier for you to innovate. Because once you know your user, you don't have to spend for you to know the user, actually, it's cheaper. You don't have to have a data processing center. You don't have to have so much money. So it just have, to get to know. So it's easy, it's free. So this is the agile culture. So you have packages you get right and others you get wrong, but you get the feedback of users faster. The qualitative is very important, but the quantitative in digital scales to the pocket that you have to invest in technology, so to speak, which is much more enabled. The end itself, am I out? No. And technology. It froze here for me. So this gap, today my squads that deliver global play, for example, it's a business guy sitting down, and we call it data. The decision of what's going to be aired is not a technology decision. It's of a multidisciplinary group that is small, autonomous, and then we're going to address hierarchy, obviously with a long-term view and commitment. And they are delivering something that is specific. It's a new interaction. They are looking at yesterday's data to actually integrate today. And it's a business guy, technology guy, human sciences guy, if possible. It's always good to understand what the impact is. So this multidisciplinarity covers what we've mentioned here about organizational structures. You cannot, if you do not have all these people, you cannot scale and benefit from the digital as an appropriate platform. Marcelo, you were breaking up a bit towards the end, but it's been very enriching. But reflecting a bit on the experience, on the consumer experience in the case of patients' health. I'd like to hear Dr. Chapchap regarding user experience and the culture of the organization. And the integration, participants of the chain, user at the center and not the depth. Dr. Paulo Chapchap, what do you highlight in terms of what Marcelo said and what can be done in the healthcare industry? Of course, the experience Marcelo brings to us here is of multiple interaction channels with the client. The client, so to speak, has, clients have their preferences and according to the moment. You can interact through computer, telephone, your smartphone, through apps. And you may wish to use links and not overload your smartphone with apps. So there are many interaction ways that characterize the interactions that we described. And then you measure the customer satisfaction with each interaction that we also have to use. And we have to use also in health. Not for the first access only, but to have a permanent contact point. This is fundamental if you want to change the attitude of the individual regarding their health. I'm not talking about treating the disease. Today we have few contact points. One will depend on the physical world. Obviously, you're going to have few contact points with a patient and the patient's journey through a disease. Let's think about a chronic disease of long treatment with potential toxicity that vary from individual to individual, like cancer, chemotherapy, or radiotherapy for cancer. Today, they have contact points that you offer to patients, minimum. They are just episodes, so to speak, and all the remainder of their journey the potential toxicity, reducing quality of life, uncertainty, imbalance, including mental, obviously, because of fear, the family relationship that may change quite fast. Sometimes you are blind to what they need and they have no access to what you may provide, isn't it? With different interaction technologies, most times even having a person on the other side, but sometimes not even having a person on the other side, you're providing answers to the most common questions automatically. It is fundamental to change the patient's experience indeed. So we increasingly have to open more doors and allow this high touch contact with frequent touch points with the patients to improve their journey and the relationship they have with their own health, allowing them to come into the room. Also those that are around them, because many times the family support and education or health of those that are around the patient is fundamental so that they have a better experience. We still have a lot to learn from the other industries in this sense. Excellent, high touch. High tech to be high touch. This is a super interesting point. And going to another theme that Dr. Chap mentioned in his initial remarks, I really like what Tony Eva mentioned, that health professionals that use data and AI, they're going to turn those that do not do it obsolete. An analogy to Elon Musk mentioned a few weeks ago, that we've become cyborgs because we are totally integrated to our cell phones. In his view, the great question is the bandwidth of the connection that is only going to increase. With this vision as to how data and AI help waste, highlighted by Dr. Chap, I'd like to hear Eduardo on his experience as to how the improvement in the decision-making process using all the data and science and data capabilities, data analytics, how has it helped you overcome the challenges you mentioned in your industry? As it's being very well put here, technology provides us the support so that our decisions can be more assertive, anticipated, and seeking a better result. What is irreplaceable is our action, this multidisciplinary group that Marcelo mentioned, to look, view, and act, considering the data. So I think in all fields, every industry, they help us make decisions in a faster way. We can anticipate things many times. We know, depending on the source where we get information, many times some users have their radars down. That's a time clock bomb when these things do not happen and measures are not taken, and then when the doctor or care is accessed. So actually what artificial intelligence allows us is to see things in anticipation so that preventive measures can be taken faster. And obviously the whole chain needs to be interconnected. All the players and steps within this sharing of information need to be taken so that preventive health can actually occur. I agree with you. If I could add to this topic, you all actually need people so that data and the data science capabilities in a broader sense, it should enrich our ability, our cognitive ability. The machine is very good to repeat things, for you to put an algorithm to run and something that can be repetitive, but you're using your brain and our efficiency to expand our cognitive decision-making part. And what's difficult in the digital world, perhaps is the great button on this data part, is that there is a lot of noise. You need to enable people to be able to understand what can be extracted from all the noise in the data, and then you lose the efficiency of the digital. So what I strongly recommend in here, and then in any lecture or talk I make on innovation, I've been talking a lot to Bruno, Dr. Chap, that is actually moving ahead. I connected to him to Ricardo Capra, who's a great friend of mine in the industry. And how do you, first you start with questions that you want to answer. And then based on your answer, you understand what signals you need to follow, what's the quality of your system to those signals. There's a phrase I won't mention here. Poor data at the input, which means poor output. Data quality. Everybody laughed, and I think everybody knows the phrase, well, data quality is fundamental. Well, but technology doesn't know what quality of data is. They need some business view. The author or somebody that knows the science, a doctor, etc., that need to know. That's why multidisciplinarity in data is fundamental. It's not to replace. I like this word of the exoskeleton. But going back to my rationale start with what questions do I want to answer? Because if you try to answer everything, the digital, well, you have the time of the turnstile to the elevator, to the room, surgery time, how much material used here, there. I'm trying to sort of extrapolate the idea. But do I need all those signals? So what do I want to answer? And then you grasp that with your multidisciplinary team as to how you can respond to that. But it's using the machine to your benefit. Otherwise you get lost. And if you don't have very skilled people, a great mistake of using data is for you to add a bias, and then human beings are biased. And there's a great phrase, that's why I mentioned, I quoted Capra, you can torture data until they confess your truth. And this is a cultural question of training, but this is actually the great transformation of people, because transforming machine, changing systems is very easy, but changing the way you deal with it and how you use this and believe that, so that you can get, in the case of health, to your patients and do the best diagnosis, etc. It's important. And don't forget the outliers, because the outliers for some services can be discarded, but outliers with health should never be discarded. That's a very important point, which is this question of the fact that since you have a lot of information, you address it with percentage. In the case of healthcare, the absolute is very important. Outlier is very important. It can provide you a sign of something that was not thought of that you have to better understand. So this is very, very nice to bring it up.
Excellent. And Mr. Chap, in this vision of having the right decisions and the need to integrate super fragmented data and create a data culture, in your view, how can we change health institutions in this direction? Well, the first difficulty is in the second part of your question, Fabrício. The patient's touch points during his journey are located in different institutions. So eventually he can be diagnosed in one place, do part of the treatment in another, and then a specialized test in a third place. So this is natural in the health system, both the public and the private health systems, to have this fragmentation in the origin of data. This is an additional challenge to incorporate and integrate all this data in order to provide an answer to the questions you ask. So what Marcelo said is perfect. You need to have a question that is relevant, and there are many questions. And then you have to work with a minimum amount of data that is sufficient to answer that question, to avoid contaminating your formula, your equation, with data that can be represented by still other data. So you need to have the right data set to provide the answers. Then you have to monitor the answers. In the journey of to develop a new culture, you need to use indicators. And then you have to separate two families or two types of indicators when you incorporate data into your rationale mechanism. The set of indicators that improve existing performance, that is, it's a true efficiency gain that you need to have. I separated two abbreviations that we use. I call them the KPIs. They are the KPXs, or key performance axes. And then you need the transformation, the change. So you have the objectives and key results, OKRs. So we separated the group of indicators to make it clear that the KPIs is something that we were already doing. We have the numbers of surgeries, etc., things that are not transformative, but which are essential to avoid wastage and to make the company more efficient following the normal KPIs. Now, if you have an awareness of the need to change, then you need to use transformation or change indicators. And then, as Marcelo described very properly, you need to use these indicators in different touch points with short periods of time and intervals, so that you can monitor whether everything is being done properly. Another important cultural change is that you no longer need to carry out projects with the timeline and long horizons for completion. You remember we used to use 100 pages and the classical waterfall, what is secondary, what comes after what. That is eliminated. Now we have the concept of product. We will develop a product to solve a problem. And this product needs to have two things. Number one, a clear objective and purpose. And you have to give it some time, because if you try to solve it in a number of months or years, it's wrong. You get a multidisciplinary team, as was described here, and you tell the team, this is the purpose or objective, and you have so much time to solve it. Oh, what is the budget? You don't have a specific budget. We will allocate it according to your needs and to the evolution of the product. I may decide to give it up after 6 weeks. We do 3 sprints and we see that it's not going in the direction we desire. So we can give it up completely, or we can change the approach entirely to solve it in a different manner. Now, another peculiarity of the health segment, which is an additional complicator, and that has also been mentioned here by Eduardo, is the fact that you need to live with errors, mistakes. And in health, we cannot do that, because error in health can have tragic consequences. So we don't want to make any mistake in treatment or in therapy, but we do accept mistakes in the digital platform where we interact with the patient. So there are two different things entirely. I am offering to my patient an additional communication channel which may at some point fail. It may be too heavy, it may be too slow, and he will help me to correct that. That doesn't mean that I need to accept errors or mistakes during surgery. These are two different types of mistakes. So in the change process, in the interaction platform, we must accept mistakes. The health industry needs to accept this, knowing that this is a controlled environment that will not bring adverse effects to the patient's health. This is very important. Just a comment. I was measuring myself, talking about questions, etc. But in case we have MVP, fail fast, it looks like you're working in the media industry also. But it's curious how change is present in all the different segments. I'm sure all of us who are experiencing this digital change are using the same words. It's like the operational process classes we had back in college. And I'm really very happy, Dr. Chap, to be listening to your words that health is also converging to this model. And the fail fast expression, by the way, it's one of the terms that have the highest level of non-understanding, because it's not that you are willing to make a mistake, but you need to react rapidly. So fail means that you take on risks as any industry, but that you have to react rapidly, learn from that, and evolve from there. So more than an error or a mistake, it's a concept of learning. But I really like to hear that we share the same ideas and terms. Yes, mistakes happen with or without technology. The thing is the speed to correct them. And I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you again. Okay, go for Fabrício. Another point I want to bring to you is that it's a kind of a paradox that health doesn't accept mistakes. But on the other hand, he said that the three main causes of death, or the third cause of death, are avoidable adverse effects. And many people die every year from avoidable events that would be considered a mistake. Now, the big thing that I want to highlight here is how can we use this very flexible structure coming from the IT department to the companies that are going through the process. So how can we face mistakes, know they exist, learn from them, and reduce the tragedy, which are the resulting deaths that could be avoided? How can we get better organized to avoid at least a part of them? You need to face each of the adverse effects. First of all, you need to motivate the reporting culture very strongly. And this comes together with a lack of punishment for failures that are unintentional. There are failures that occur during due to security processes which people may have not understood or realized before. So you need to have a fair culture. You also need to disclose to the patient and the family that mistakes are a part of it, that you need to commit to the solution, and then you investigate the root cause of the mistake, and with the results you may bring in the necessary changes to avoid repetition. So you have the win-wins, and you have those that depend on structural measures, investments, and greater lead time. And then you have to test, because if your institution is not top quality, then it will take you some time to learn whether you actually implemented measures that will avoid errors in the years to come. So we introduced this a few years ago, which are simulations. We make simulations without people knowing it. We simulate a condition that can lead to the same mistake, so that we can tell whether the security barriers we developed are effective or not. And we do that several times. We repeat it to test your new security mechanisms, and all that sharing the experience. You publish it because you want to prevent people from having to learn from their own mistakes. We need to be mature enough to do this and to show to the world that you don't want other people to make the same mistakes. The opposite from that, you want everybody to be successful. And this depends on using ICTs again. The information and communication technologies are essential for this process, without a doubt. And we must also highlight that many of these adverse events are connected to the fragmentation and to the system as a whole. Patients who seek care at a very advanced stage of their disease. So we have to see this in a systemic manner so that we can bring about and face the challenges in health. Marcelo, did you have a comment? Yes, literature has been dealing with this topic for some time. The classical ones. One is the innovative model, and he's very disruptive because he says that you have to create a new company. So if you have one hospital A, you create hospital AB. At Globo, we decided to carry out these experiments in-house. So the rupture comes from in-house. So Global Play is an example. One person was isolated with full empowerment to create Global Play, or one team, and to grow and in scale, and as we did. But the concept is valid. That is, you must experiment with a smaller group, monitoring with proper reporting and data, carry out many A/B tests. I believe the pharmaceutical industry does this very much. So you have to do that a lot and in scale until you can systematize your trial and innovation system. That's very important, as you said it, because you can say, this is the key and I'll have a wonderful formula for that. No, you have to systematize experiments. So an insurance company, or I'll do that for vehicles, and then for life products, and then I'll scale it to other types of insurance. So you systematize this. I love this description you gave. So you systematize the experience and progress in increments without losing, and this is the OKR model that works too much in the short term, and you only look at the short term OKIs. So it's important to deal with the long term also, to tell whether you need to change direction. And publishing is very, very important. We call this open source in IT. So before we used to be so worried with intellectual property. Now we want to have everything open with the greatest possible number of people contributing. So the open source culture that came from software engineering is totally valid for what we are talking about here. I'm sure Eduardo has a lot of this in his industry. So we have two keywords. First is disruption. We are in traditional markets and the disruption is crucial here. And the second point is that I greatly believe in sharing of information where the universe is the same. You have one same ecosystem for different industrial segments. We need to bring out this information, be it about medical mistakes or users or everything. The more you share data, the faster and greater you will be able to bring about change. Well, we're coming to the end of our conversation, and I would like to invite each one of you to make your final comments, 2 minutes for each. What should we exploit further from now on? What should we go about doing? Who wants to begin? Mr. Chap. Well, I have an example here of what we call creating platforms in ecosystems. So how much would a health provider today benefit from being closer to an insurer working and sharing data? And how much would an entertainment industry that has several touch points with their clients, which are actually permanent too, at least they may change a little bit, but they are permanent. So how could they contribute to the development of an ecosystem where the individual or the patient or the citizen would find everything they need in one point at the speed with which they are getting accustomed. And we cannot disappoint them and blame them for wanting things instantaneously. So congratulations to all of you for creating a panel where we can provide different perspectives to one single problem, which is meeting the patient's needs to the benefit of their own health. Thank you, Mr. Chap. Eduardo, please. I think Dr. Chap said this very well. I hope that we can have more panels and discussions like this one, bringing in different industrial segments so that we can get aligned and find that we have one purpose in common. It was a great learning experience to be here, and emphasizing what I said in the beginning of my discussion, we are seeking a greater awareness with all levels of need, and we need to engage more in our mutual world. Now, we know that public health cannot cover all the needs, and we know that we need to make our system more sustainable. We need more awareness so that this mutualism is healthy and feasible for a greater number of people. That's it. Thank you for the excellent debate here.
And I think humanity has learned and adjusted to these conditions, and we continue on our mission of serving our customers in healthcare and the media. And I leave here very happy that we're very happy with the 4.0 Industrial Revolution. People talk a lot about it, and people getting there, the Internet of Things, the connection of everything. And in this connection of everything, these connections of ours that are multidisciplinary, they're going to be fundamental. So we have it here, and leaving my operational, the sprint, etc., being here and debating and listening is very important, and contributing and returning a bit to society, all this knowledge. So thank you very much for this connection, for the learning, and keep safe. Thank you, Marcelo. The conversation has been very enriching. I've learned a lot, but especially for me what was most, or stood up much more, is that institutions that are very efficient, and it's fundamental for us through the system to be able to collaborate, to set up ecosystems and a platform around patients. We see ways that is 20-30%, and it's important to have a great advance in these events. I think this is a way with no return, and thank you all very much. I wish you an excellent afternoon and many learnings here. Have a good evening.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, num mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistema.
Here we are, back in our studio, Trust, where health is connected, born with over 10,000 registered people, and it's growing increasingly more. So please share this experience with all your friends. We're going to go to a panel that is the most different one that I am most curious about, which is Chat at the Cafe, to talk about entrepreneurship in healthcare. So the moderator of this debate is the Global Director of IQVIA, André Balalait, and Mr. Alfonso Namura, CEO, Alpha Diagnostic Ophthalmology, and the founder and CEO of We Care, Jamil Kaji. Don't forget to follow our social media on Instagram. Use the hashtag KIS21, FIS Experience, and FISX. And join our channel on YouTube and get to know all our contents. And remember, in November, we have FIS21, the largest leadership event in all Latin America and Symmetry. Let's have our panel. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for participating. Before introducing our great entrepreneurs, it's been a great event, 3 days, or this is the 4th day, almost 15,000 accesses. Certainly an access I'd like to thank for the invitation to be here. My name is Andrea Balala. I'm Director of Market Access and Pricing in the US. I live in New York, and I work at IQVIA. My role here is to try to get the most of these two experts here that I have right next to me. First of all, I'd like to thank Alfonso and Jamil for your participation here. This is going to be a chat. It's a conversation, so we don't have very much structured. We thought about some questions, but the idea is to talk as if coffee breaks at an event or a presential event. So Alfonso and Jamil, I'm going to call you Alfonso and then Jamil. Tell us a bit about your experience, how you're doing now. I think you're muted, Alfonso. Yeah, so how are you doing? Thank you, Andrea, for the introduction. Thank you, FIS Initiative, for the invitation. Jamil, great friend and partner. I'm a doctor, ophthalmologist, traditional training. I did residency, fellowship studies, and then I ended up founding the Alpha Medical Solutions geared to ophthalmology, and we were trying to solve all the market pains as an operator, large clinic from the model of personnel management process, a pillar, investment, technology, and obviously indicators, so on and so forth. And 3 years ago, we founded our clinic network, Alpha Diagnose Ophthalmologia, geared to complementary sector and private, and we work with some compensation models, some strategies of coordination of care, and we're expanding our network, bringing sustainability to the market, tackling the points where we have market pains and traditional providers cannot resolve. We can provide traceability, transparency, capillarity, everything very much well grinded through our internal company technology. Very nice. Jamil, tell us a bit about your background. Thank you, Balalai, for the question. Thank you for the invitation. FIS Initiative, Alfonso, friend and partner in various technology events. I'm a doctor, medical doctor. I had a degree about 15, a bit more years ago. My career was in cardiology, surgery, and then I did my PhD in cardiology. And 2018, after having had a great experience in the area of telehealth in a project that we contributed to in São Paulo, pioneer project in 2014 in the area of acute myocardial infarction, we had a great impact in terms of access and support in the telehealth area. And in 2018, I studied entrepreneurship in a course called Stanford Ignite at the Stanford University, and I created WeCare, which is a startup for emergency care using automation and telehealth for the support in the pre-hospital care. As of 2020, we started medical visits and also Because using the pillar of We Care, which is building the processes within the startup and also science of care. Very good. Now that we have warmed up, healthcare entrepreneurship is a topic that is very much in evidence. And now with the pandemic, healthcare is the great evidence that we see, but we know that to invest or be an entrepreneur in healthcare is different. So the barriers of technical knowledge, knowing medicine, not only doctors become entrepreneurs, but understanding the healthcare environment with different regulations, it's not, well, it's a harder environment than the traditional one. When you look outside, who are the references for you in terms of companies or businesses or people that are entrepreneurs in healthcare? To warm up our conversation, people who should see Google. Can I start? Okay, let's follow up the alphabet order. Let's be democratic. First, I think you put it quite well, Andrea. To be an entrepreneur in healthcare, it's not enough for you to open up a door of a startup, have a clinic, and say, technically, you're going to solve a problem. Today, it's no longer like that. Perhaps at my father's age, you had a greater opportunity. It was quite different. Perhaps it was something that was feasible. Today, for you to set up any kind of business, you must have expertise, not only in the technical part, that I mean, basic, essential. Because I always say, health, we're dealing with your father, your mother's health, and you become a patient as well, so it's your health. So it's very sensitive. So the technical part is fundamental. So we talk a lot about this, right, Jamil? Because we say that today we are in this position because we've gone through a maturing phase as professionals, technically, to the point that we could think out of the box after all of that, understand what kind of pains we wanted to tackle. Each one tackled a different way. Jamil wanted to follow one model, I followed another one, and alpha diagnosis always understood that the ophthalmology market is very code plus. So healthcare operators, talking to healthcare operators, understand what their pain is, because they have an increase in terms of cancellations and writing off it. What they don't want, it's not that they don't want to do the certain things. The model is saturated. You cannot have a free board service thinking that it's going to be a solution for everything. I'm not saying it's the best model or not. Right, Balalai. We know there are end models of payment formats. Alpha diagnosed started being classified in several models. So primary healthcare, we have Go Forward in the US, people from Quality, which in Brazil, in the South, that have this primary care. So some friends from Inputs, I talk a lot with people from there. And then I started understanding that internationally, there were some cases. In Sala Uno in Mexico, they have an expansion of end units spread all over Mexico at affordable prices and capillarity. And then you start combining insights from various companies, and then you can have a basis for that. I want to be this mixed to that, and I'm going to tackle this pain. But for that, we needed to have some time to mature the technical part, legal knowledge, and also connection with operators, with hospitals, with providers, with doctors and the patients, because you have to understand the ecosystem as a whole, because each ecosystem has some kind of pain that needs to be addressed. And that's how our company was launched, with those pains. So we used cases not only in Brazil, but also based on cases abroad. Very good. Guys, you're going to see that the conversation is different. So people are used to startups with patient data, with services. You see that Alfonso and Jamil's businesses are quite different. Jamil, what was your reference? You studied at Stanford, what actually made your eyes to glare? Well, since 2014, I've been working with telehealth or decision-making process support. It had been a pioneer project that was exported to 13 cities in Brazil, 4 countries. It was actually a quite interesting project because we provided support to the decision-making process, an urgency, which is acute myocardial infarction, and then we have physical trauma, and our platform today provides support to various clinical emergencies and surgical emergencies. Within this context and automation processes, geolocation, which hospitals have resources for that kind of appropriate care. And so actually adapting the hospital before the patient reaches the hospital, pre-hospital telehealth, like the BHC, we know that this is the leg that is going to reduce the final cost of patients. We reduce by 20% the final cost of patients. They get there better, and they usually evolve better, and they go to the right place where the resources are there. So looking at this for this project, which is telecare or pre-hospital care, applied in primary care, ambulance and rescue services, and home care units, we take experts or specialists to the places where we don't have doctors that are emergency doctors. In this scenario, we saw some cases of overseas, especially in Portugal and the US, where they have automation systems for ambulance services and rescue. They use very expensive devices, robots that enable video conference, and they don't have automation of the process. And in Brazil, makes great sense because in Brazil, less than half of ambulances have a doctor aboard. At the time, I capture the severity of the patient's condition, the risk of patients, and automate things, guiding people what to do, where the patient should go. And we have the possibility of applying telehealth. We are a bit different from our friends abroad who use systems that are video within ambulances, and we use tablets and cell phones to perform this work. Much lower cost, and with all the part of data science, because we capture geolocation, outcomes, etc. So, but there are 2 startups that draw my attention very much by the founders. One is Big Saúde, everybody knows it, and there is an example of an entrepreneur, root entrepreneur. Actually, they're doing beautiful job for the startup healthcare startups in Brazil. I actually only got to know him through telecall. We've been chatting since 2018 about that. Another entrepreneur that also draws my attention very much for the passion and actually wearing the hat, which is Diogenes from NECEP. Those entrepreneurs that if you're interested in knowing a bit about healthcare ecosystems, you have to follow those 2 entrepreneurs in addition to being my friends. I learn a lot from them because they actually conduct their startups in an extremely fantastic way with great energy. So those were our two entrepreneurs that I would mention in Brazil that actually, answering your question, I really mirror myself a lot on them. Very good. Have you taken note? At the end, we can actually recap that. One of the things is good. So it's not worth, no. Don't mention me in Musk or Steve Jobs. So it's good to have different ideas. And moving to another part that I think that's what everybody wants to hear. Entrepreneurs, life is not easy. You marry your company, you sleep with it, you get sick with it, you go in ambulance with it. So people say, I want to be an entrepreneur, I don't want to have a boss anymore. Man, there isn't a worse boss than yourself in terms of demands. To get to know a bit about the real life. Yeah, put it in, life in the trenches. So we have a question from the studio that is coming up. I'd like to call direct connection. So New York, Rio de Janeiro. Let's get a question from the studio. Hi, everyone. Straight from our cafe. My question is to you is whether you remember any times that you thought this is not going to work. Jamil, do you want to start? Sure. Man, this is a great question because it outlines from the first day that you create your startup. There is no entrepreneur, even if there is a focus in the business that knows very much the pains in the market with some implementations and some turnover. You ask this kind of question. Why? Because when you bring something that is innovative, something that you don't have very much, as I said, precisely in this situation of pre-hospital care, we don't have major players in Brazil that do this kind of work. So this is actually a question that obviously you mentioned that we sleep with the startup. Balala, you said that sometimes we don't even sleep. We spend sleepless nights trying to understand the process. So this is part of entrepreneurship. This is uncertainty, and taking a risk is part of entrepreneurship. We have a challenging scenario, but it's very gratifying when you get to a client and say, man, you have 10 units in your system and I want to expand it to 20 units. So you increase your sales by 100% overnight. So this is scale. So this kind of scenario is very interesting because when you start, this is a question you always ask yourself, not only you, I think everybody who works with you. I think the turning points, we can talk about them later. Even today, even in the growth moment, the second moment of startup, the first is the ideation, MVP, first client, and then you need to escalate that solution. At any time, or at all times, you actually have questionings that are relevant. The entrepreneur that does not carry that question with him, her, either they are stuck or they need to be our friend, right, Alfonso, because we want to get to know them, because this actually is part of the very role of enterprising, actually questioning that. What we do, there's a very interesting phrase or statement, every CEO, now I'm the CEO, or we care. We build and unbuild several processes, product, business models, and also new tests, new features. This is part of it because you must have that. If you think that your product is right, your business model is right, and there is something you need to revisit in the concept because something wrong is happening there. Right. So there was a point I said, man, hey, goodness, wow, no. This is it. Jamil, I'm going to say it every day. Being an enterprise, an entrepreneur is, like a roller coaster. We have a microfeet when it's adjusted to the market. The healthcare market is constantly changing. You have to keep on updating, changing. And what I like, though we are not a startup, I like the mindset of startup. Because if all companies use the methodology of startups, of getting it wrong quick, learning quick, doing the spin-off quickly of their business, certainly the businesses would not go bankrupt so much as we see in traditional companies. And then, man, the day today of the entrepreneur is to see everything as an executive. Like Jamil, is you wake up 5, 6 a.m., 7, and then you go to bed, I don't know, when you can. You have to answer emails, you have to see the cash flow. You have to see if your associates are doing things right. Depending on your team, your responsibility is even greater because under your umbrella, you have people and your results impact other people because every company necessarily needs to have a social purpose. This is important. What's a social purpose? Because you're employing more, you're consuming more, you have responsibility with the family members of the people in your company. So all this baggage or luggage, all this weight of the entrepreneur is a mix of emotions that we think, well, our company needs to sell more, needs to advertise, we need to have results, and it's never ending. I don't know, well, Jamil and I, we have a very clear vision of our business and the passion, because you think 24/7, you think about your business. Well, you don't think about anything else, so let's do something else. So your topic is your business. I have a wife that helps me in management. It's the same thing. It's conversation, business conversation every day. Well, what are we going to do? Let's rush this, there. It's a roller coaster. Man, at the end of all of that, it's worth it. This is what is cool.
And just to complete, you win in the end of everything. You win liberty. Liberty to work in your own hours, to do whatever you have to do, to define a purpose, and to see that thing growing, that little thing that you developed yourself. Only when you experience this do you understand the pleasure it gives you. And after you have this, you'll never want to follow traditional models anymore. And I'm not criticizing traditional models. It's just the way you do it. Interesting. We never knew each other. We met in the clubhouse event. And then suddenly at midnight, we joined a room and we met people from several other segments. So interesting. So this is fast change. One thing that I think is important to discuss is the following. People say, oh, you have to go bankrupt 3 times before you're finally successful. And people think, well, I'm going to have to put that on my checklist. Bankruptcy 3 times, and then only will I have any success. I think that has something to do with the learning process. It's not corporate learning, but it's your corporate maturity, actually. So you need to have people who had a whole career before. How do you see the value of having experiences and learning from them, opposing to starting a company right away? I don't know. Jamil, you can begin. I love hearing Alfonso talk because I usually follow him. I think he's great. Well, Balalai, there are some studies that show that the healthcare startups usually are successful when medical professionals are one of their founders or are among their founders, more than the others that don't have medical professionals as founders. And I think that this gives us some information to understand these questions. There are other studies also that show that usually the founders that are in their 30s or 40s are more successful than those with founders in other age brackets. Of course, it's not a rigid rule, but it means that you need to have some kind of experience and track record. The fact that you have to go bankrupt 1, 3, or 10 times, that doesn't make any sense. Myself, for example, I worked in a project from 2014 to 2019 from telemedicine. It was a really good project, quite successful, but for other reasons, it ended up being shut down. It was not my own project. I contributed to it. But anyway, we learned how to do it. When you see people that are older, they have more experience. That's why chances for success are greater. When you're in the healthcare area, you know these pains and I don't think you have to go bankrupt to be successful afterwards. And at the same time, I do think you need to have some kind of previous knowledge. I am a cardiologist. I worked for 17 years in the emergency of a hospital, and I also worked in the Preview project. So going bankrupt or not is not a parameter for me. The main thing is how much you are learning, how much you know what you're doing, how much you know your market, and the people who actually make decisions. That makes a difference. Bankruptcy is part of the game, but I don't think it is a determinant to success, of course, for any startup. I agree with Jamil That's exactly it. Saying that you have to go bankrupt 3 times before you can finally be successful, well, I think that has become a kind of a popular saying or a myth in entrepreneurship. And these young folks come up and they do anything and go bankrupt and think it's funny because they will be successful later. So I don't think that's right. You need to understand that success is the result of constant, correct, and assertive actions. And failure is the opposite of that. Simple as that. So either you don't know the market, you don't have the experience, you don't have the maturity to build the business, or you don't understand the relationships between people in that ecosystem. That will make you fail. So as Jamil said, maybe when you are old enough, I am now 38 years old, I have acquired experience with my academic life and then working as a health professional and then a little bit as an executive. That made me feel I was ready to take on this risk of starting a company. Obviously, if you want to set up a company or a solution, your risk has to be measured. And this is the strategy. I'm not going to open a telemedicine company if I don't have any expertise about the market. I don't know who are the competent people. So unless you have maturity and a lot of money, which no startup has, you won't be able to do it. That's why I say that the entrepreneur's expertise lies in choosing partners who have the necessary expertise. So if I want to start a telemedicine service in my company, I will call Jamil, or I will call somebody who understands regulation. But if I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be a startup owner anyway, you're certainly going to fail and you're going to cry and you'll say, wow, what did I learn? You didn't learn anything, actually. You can be an overnight specialist to play around, but not to open a company, right? Yes, exactly. I talked with the guys in Dados em Saúde, a very cool team, Eduardo and Fabiano. They were talking about analytic intuition. After you have some flight hours, you say, oh, I know that because I know that that data has a caveat or something. Now, we also see many successful entrepreneurs who say, oh, you have to trust your intuition. Sometimes you have a decision to make, you're with a client, and you decide to take a path, and you choose one and go down there. But I think you have to have some expertise for that. Young entrepreneurs, of course, they don't have to wait necessarily because sometimes the opportunity is right in front of you, but you need somebody with corporate intuition to help me. Because if you're fresh new, it's just a betting game. So there are some people who say, oh, come here, daddy is on to help you. Well, that's a different story. Well, at what point in your company's story did you realize that you would be successful, that it would be a successful company? Well, a company that doesn't sell fails. If you're selling your product, then you're doing good. Of course, you have to know your cash flow and your operation and your numbers. But I realized that our business was, getting leverage and bringing results for a small business. Today, I have 25 collaborators in the operation. Wow, that moment came when I saw a good cash flow, when I had some money left over to invest in R&D, when I could invest in technology and in other segments that complement your business. That's when you realize that that is really becoming a business. And one other thing is when people come after you for your solution and you say, wow, what I am delivering to the market is finding some resonance there. But for that, of course, you need to have a solution. But, you have to work hard. If you ask Jamil what he does every day, he sends commercial presentations. He tries to sell. Every day I knock on doors, operators, insurers, hospitals. I want to sell, and that's what it has to be. If you don't sell, you fail. And this is the right parameter to measure your success. Jamil, what about you? I think Alfonso has already said everything. That's why I like to speak after him always. Well, when you build something from zero, one of the assumptions at We3 Care is that we develop all our processes indoor. So teleconference, the onboard systems, very good digital processes. So always focused on the data protection laws. So when you seek alternatives for things that already exist in the market, and I'm trying to add to what Alfonso said because I don't want to repeat. So when you have telemedicine with emergency and urgency situations, or even elective telemedicine for doctor's visits, you bring models that are different, or platforms, SAS, white label, etc. And then you start to meet people who want your product. And when I say people, it's a single doctor who wants his own platform, or a group of doctors in a clinic together, or a big health plan insurer. Then you begin to realize that you're making a difference in the market. You're doing something that nobody else does, because people get bits and pieces of APIs and create something. But we understood that all had to be done in-house, because that would give us more security. So what I mean to say is that that assumption, that theory that you have, which you develop with all your clients, and you develop your product or service, you can only sell if you make a difference from your competitors. Obviously, price is important, but security is important. Being different is important. We're talking about value. The value proposition of your product needs to cause an impact. And in this scenario, you really end up having sales. And that's when you can grow, because the person who used your product transmits this information to others, and this becomes a selling machine in itself. And of course, it was not beginning, because starting from zero with a product for the pre-hospital market, well, that was really hard work, because we were starting from scratch. And when we started, we had 2 major clients in Brazil, and one of them has a very big penetration in Latin America. Then we realized that we were big. Differently from Alfonso, who is more, he's more linear in his business, because when you have a startup, you have to keep testing hypotheses, and you have different clients. So then we can understand that the turning point, when you see that you're successful, is when the client uses it and he comes back to you and says, man, I really need your product. So I disagree from Alfonso, and because I think that money is not the most important thing for startups. Many of them took a long time to become profitable. Tesla is an example. Today, it's worth much more than any other vehicle company in the world. So I don't think that for a startup, money is important right away. It's not the most important thing, because you have a more controlled scenario. what Jamil meant is exactly that. There is a difference between profit and equity. Profits are a part of it. You need to have it. But equity is your value irrespective of the pricing of your product. So, Jamil, you corrected me, and I agree with you. The companies in this new economy, they need to create equity. They need to create value irrespective of selling. And equity for a startup is very, very important. They may not have a lot of revenue, but the equity shows that that is the solution that will be more successful in the future. So Jamil, this is the advantage, of talking to people in startups and tech companies, because when we are in the profession, we need to think about this equity idea more, or else we will focus on our final gains, on our EBITDA, but the equity side is more important. And this is because of the technology that you develop. This is very interesting. Jamil said that you said something very interesting, but Elon Musk, he said about Tesla. Elon Musk has a very cool thing, and you are examples of this, because of course you have the products, you have startups that are ultra digitalized, but you too, you do things, and selling things you do to people is something different. You need to have the contacts, you need to negotiate, you need to have planning in place. So obviously a tech startup and, starting off with an app is really hard, but these startups, you can call them businesses also, it doesn't matter. But knowing how to do something as you do it and selling it is a big challenge. Elon Musk talks about this. Many people who are working with banking and consultancy follow a book that's very good. And the author, he was a candidate to be mayor of New York, Andy Young. Smart People Should Do Things is the name of the book. So, not only PowerPoints, and I am a creator of PowerPoints, but he says that that's not so important. So now we have another question from the studio. Let's hear it. Hi, everyone. Actually, it's not a question. I just want to greet you through our app. Send you my greetings. I'm here in front of the coffee shop and I saw you talking inside. That's why I wanted to drop in and say hi. Good. So we're coming to the end of our panel. We have 2 or 3 more minutes. And I thought about the following. You guys are great. You make things, you deliver. No, it's not simply Enron balancer. But what would you say to people who are young and ambitious and who want to learn, and to those who want to go out and start their companies? 1 minute for each. And advice to people who are on the quantum lip. Alfonso, please. Okay. Study your market. Understand your market from the beginning to the middle to the end. Understand who are the people involved. Understand the commas in the ecosystem. I repeat this often in my lectures, that you have 2 types of companies. Either you are a reactive company, which at a certain point you react to something and then you'll work because of active company. Now, is there right and wrong? No. It will depend on your business mindset. Now, I do believe that proactivity is always the best solution because it puts you at the forefront of the market, you lead the market, you know what's going on, and you can become a benchmark, a reference. So for those who are beginning to develop businesses, to turn that key, you need to understand the market, do networking, participate in initiatives like this one to hear from people who are doing it right, who are being successful, irrespective of being a startup or a formal business or a big co-op. But the idea is think about what kind of company you want to become. I like to focus on proactivity because it makes sense for the market. Elon Musk talks about it. So we know that many times it's too far away from our companies, but they are references. So why is he right? Why is he going down that road? Because he wants to be the market leader. He wants to dictate what the future market will be like. You have to study a lot for that.
I'm going to be a bit shorter here. But actually, Alfonso said, I'm going to add a few layers here. Networking is essential. Balance. Resilience are terms that nobody believes in the product when you're there on your own. But when you already have a startup, 15, 20 associates and a plural team, and then you say, wow, I've managed to implement the innovation ship and this dream that before was a dream and now is a reality. For people that are on your side, they are actually rowing in the same direction as you. I say the greatest asset of WeCare is the team, the best team I've known. I know all the startups, but it's a group that is super plural and different skills. And this to me, apart from a champion team, I think these are the things. Networking and studying are the tips I would give each and every one of them. Very good. And then we close our conversation. I think the message that stays these two monsters of entrepreneurship in Brazil is game is game, training is training. There is hackathon. Okay, you wanted to do kind of planning slides. Cool. You have it. There are courses here and there. Academia, clinic. Okay, cool. Get to know people. Use this as a tool. Those are tools. Because to be an entrepreneur in a real life is to have sleepless night, red numbers, go into trouble. And I say that what I get, the takeaway from both of you is that it's worth it, man. As I say, it's something that it's actually freeing. I joke with my wife and I say, I can decide the holidays I want to have, when I want to go on holidays, if I don't want to work, if I want to stay at home, in home office. I'm not saying it's wrong, but man, it is another type of lifestyle. Of course, there is a risk. And the risk you have to be ready to cope with, to say it's glamorous to be an entrepreneur. No, I'm just going to say it is not. It's a lot of work. Is to sit down hours and days working. Yesterday we were talking until late about this. Jamil was tired, simply shattered and saying, this is our lives. Understanding that it's worthwhile at the end, or at the end of the day. No, just to say that it's really worthwhile our life. Because I was a doctor, saved one person a month. Today I can save several at the same time. And this to me is the greatest purpose of what we do and why actually we deliver our solutions. Very good. So we're closing. Great discussion. Rodrigo showed up, the FIS initiative. The event has been a success. And now we're heading over to small references. We're going to have Luciana Huck in a while. Now we hand over we hand the baton with great honors. Thank you, Jamil. Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como o FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como o FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento.
So sad, Zu. KISS 21 is coming to an end. We had such wonderful days debating topics on healthcare, but you still have time to participate by pointing your cell phone camera to our QR code and joining the ecosystem of the FIS initiative. Let us go to our closing session. The president of FIS Initiative, Josier Villar, and presenter, philanthropist, and entrepreneur, Luciano Huck, will talk about the creation of an environment for innovation and development of a nation. Do not forget to use our hashtags to comment and post on our event. And in November, we will have KISS 21, the greatest and largest event on health in Latin America. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, participants. Good afternoon, Luciano Huck. It is a pleasure and an honor to have you with us in the closing session of our event on innovation and healthcare. It's called the Colmeia or Beehive. We had over 120 speakers and panelists from Brazil and from 9 countries participating, over 15,000 people participating actively in this live event on innovation. We have the pleasure of welcoming this great Brazilian who is Luciano Huck. He's a very interesting guy, you know, because he's successful, he has a beautiful family, wonderful children, he is attractive, he is desired by all Brazilians. They want him as a brother, as a son, as a father, as a friend, everything. And even so, Luciano Huck is a social entrepreneur. He participates actively in the country's political life. He tries to discuss all the problems we have here. And receiving Luciano Huck in the closing session of our event is like a golden closing to these 4 days of such interesting discussions with wonderful, intelligent people who gave us this opportunity. And I thank my friend Margaret Dalcomo, my friend, a brilliant physician, an example as a citizen, to have facilitated this contact with Luciano. And before giving him the floor and having our conversation, I would like to comment on this dramatic situation that we are experiencing in Brazil and in the world with the pandemic. And I want to thank all of those who have contributed to social distancing by staying at home, by wearing masks, by washing hands. People have been making a joint effort to preserve lives. People who go out to the streets in agglomerations, denying the situation, they don't matter, compared to this much greater contribution, effort, and sacrifice that is being made by most of the Brazilian population. And I want to honor the people who made the effort of staying home by paying homage to a great person who unfortunately left us yesterday, Paulo Gustavo, a wonderful human being who faced so many difficulties in his personal life, but always with joy, with enthusiasm, and he made an example of his own life. I watched so many times his play, Minha Mãe é uma Peça, when he honored a mother called Emilia. Emilia represents all mothers in Brazil who are now protecting their children, who are keeping them home, and who are obeying the sanitary rules that we need to follow in order to overcome this difficult situation until we finally get vaccinated. So I want to thank all of those who have been working hard during the pandemic, people who work with delivery, city workers, people who work in grocery stores, supermarkets, public transport, all the people who face this difficult situation because it is their professional duty and to contribute to those who want life, who want to live. But those who go to the beach, who go party, do not deserve our honor. And on behalf of all of us, I would like to thank for everything that Paulo Gustavo did to bring us the joy of living. And I am certain that wherever he is doing something funny to make our lives less sad in these sad moments. So thank you, Luciano Huck. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Mr. Josier, for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers of the event. I believe that discussing public health today is so important. We need to value what we do right, minimize our mistakes. I want to thank Dr. Dalcomo for helping me to be here. I respect her enormously. I met her and have been exchanging ideas with her since the beginning of the pandemic. She has a wonderful way of explaining complex things in a simple manner for lay people in healthcare. And it was very helpful to hear her communicating, and her work was exhaustive and very important to bring information to the public. You mentioned Paulo Gustavo. I, of course, also cherish him greatly, a very close and dear friend. To me, individually, it is a great loss. He was so talented, so intense and fast. That is why some of his plays, critiques said that he was hyperactive because everything was done in an enormous speed by him with so much closeness to his family and friends. He brought down walls with regards to bias and discrimination, and a wonderful comedian, one of the greatest talents in Brazilian comedy. Whatever he touched became a success because of his wonderful capacity of making jokes out of everything. But more than that, I believe we must emphasize in this event in which we are talking to the medical community is my anger, my disappointment at seeing one more life lost, a person with a young family, 2 young children to bring up, and now we feel that over 400,000 Brazilian families have lost their dear ones without being able to bury them properly, without mourning for them properly, without being together, hugging their families over their loss. And all that because of the lack of competence in our sanitation measures or lack of measures. Brazil, in the United States, in 3 months, they reversed the situation. Paulo Gustavo, he worked in theaters. Now the Broadway theaters have announced that in very short they will be able to reopen and fill their rooms again. And on the other hand, we are here continuing to see people lose their lives, and we have no hope. And I saw my children crying together. They got together with their friends virtually to watch his shows and his films. And you have the pandemic, and he is a myth. But here we have biblical numbers involved in the number of deaths. Paulo Gustavo said in his last work at Globo that laughing is a part of resisting and enduring. And I hope that people are missing him. Yesterday night, there was a wonderful homage. People clapped hands outside their windows all over the cities in Brazil. So it shows us that this disease can kill people, any kind of people, famous people, not famous people. And Paulo Gustavo is part of the loss of the joy of the Brazilian people. Such a happy and joyous people who know how to enjoy life. And knowing that Paulo will not see his children grow up. He would have been vaccinated already if this were a serious country and if this country had treated the pandemic correctly and properly. So it was a tragedy for those who loved Paulo Gustavo as I do. I'm sorry I spoke too much, but I had to put out these bottled feelings. I'm very happy to hear you because you represent the feeling of what the Brazilian people feel, and we can hear that and feel it in your voice. Paulo will be missed, and even more, we will miss what was not done to prevent his death. We have over 400,000 deaths, and many of these patients would be alive if the attitude towards the pandemic had been different here in the country. I have no doubt about that, and I am speaking as a physician. One of the biggest problems we had during the pandemic, in my view, was the wrongful communication, misinformation, wrong signals, people saying one thing on one side, another thing on the other side. And it's natural for human beings, if you hear a message saying that if you drink coffee every day, you will not catch COVID, of course you'll take 10 cups of coffee every day. If somebody tells me there's a drug that I can take and I will not catch the disease, then I take that drug and I go out in the street and I do everything wrong because it was miscommunicated. You are a great mass communicator, Luciano. Brazil has so many inequalities. You know Brazil as a whole. I know that you travel around the country for your shows and you know the reality in Brazil. So I think that we are very much similar, especially with regards to institutional education. As a communicator, how do you think we could build efficient communication that would reach out to all social layers in our country in an effective and efficient manner to avoid that all these bad things from happening, these agents of evil who have hurt and damaged society all over the world, and much more so here in Brazil. What would you suggest as a social communicator for us to build a form of communication that would reach people correctly?
Well, Mr. Villar, we started talking about Paulo Gustavo, and I just thought of him. But I actually wanted to be at this event for you, because for you to be able to talk about healthcare professionals is a privilege today. As Brazilian, as father, as son, I am very grateful to healthcare professionals in Brazil, because if it weren't for our public health system, our healthcare professionals, our situation would be even more catastrophic. On behalf of the Brazilian people, I'd like to thank this event from the bottom of my heart, the courage, the drive, and the effort of all healthcare professionals in Brazil. I think that the best way of communicating something when you talk about public health is education. There's no other ways. When the child understands at school 7, 8, 9 years of age what a virus is, how it multiplies, how it contaminates, what's a bacteria, how it multiplies, etc., the importance of your caring for your health, the child alone will wash his or her hand. You don't need a school monitor or somebody actually forcing the child to wash their hands. This is a cultural and educational thing. Once we have public education with quality, and for that, we don't need to put any additional bricks. We have 15 million students in school. We have 200 million schools. We have a community of 2 million teachers. But we need to value teachers, qualify education, bring education, looking into the future, to the needs and demands of the present times and not of, let's call today a medical event. If we froze a surgery room 200 years ago and we froze a classroom 200 years ago, when we defrost them, the surgery room, the doctors wouldn't even know where they were. The amount of devices, technology there, they would think they are in space. If you defrost a classroom from 200 years ago, it will be very similar. So we need to value our teachers, modernize our education, transform education into state priority. It should be a state project, not government project, that it can go beyond the project, regardless of who's leading the country. That should be a priority for the country. When this actually happens, and when school of the poor boy is the same school of the rich boy, I'm not talking about huge swimming pools and flat screen, the quality of learning, engagement of teachers being valued. When both are the same, we end this zip code luxury, because depending on where you live, you will have this type of education or that. And then when we end that, then only then we'll be talking about a society that can address prevention in public health in a much more organic way than we have today. I think it's worth talking about, when we talk about public health in Brazil, for me, the greatest successful and relevant public policy since the public health system was implemented in 1978, the public policy, health policy has been tested at maximum stress during the pandemic, and it worked. Luciano, this is quite interesting. You know that you are urging for education. You know I'm your fan. I mentioned it before we started. I am Luciano's fan. I've been his fan since the time when I watched his show on a Saturday afternoon, and Hook is Cauldron, and it was the spelling bee, soletrando. And I was really impressed because, well, I had somebody who had it on, and so I thought it was great. It were public, private schools. I can't remember whether they were private schools or just private or just public. It doesn't matter. So there were children in a contest on the Portuguese language. Well, go ahead. And then Luciano would say a difficult word, and the little boy would spell the word. And that was an encouragement to education. And I think this DNA of yours to encourage education must have come, obviously. I had a look at your background before we talked. I know you've been an entrepreneur since you were 20, when you set up opened a bar in Sao Paulo with some friends, and you actually had this entrepreneurship viewpoint, and the viewpoint of entrepreneurship has actually been cultivated because you've had access to education. You were able to organize mentally your thoughts and your wishes. And I think that the good communication for the Brazilian population goes through the education of the population, so that the population is able to correctly interpret things that are said. And then, Luciano, congratulating you on this enthusiasm that I share, I'd like to know from you the following. This epidemic or pandemic in the world, epidemic, but it's a world pandemic, what do you think was the great lesson learned that this pandemic is leaving for the Brazilian nation? What, in your viewpoint of an active player in society, an observer of customs, what do you think that we will have inherited? What's the legacy that will have been left by the pandemic to the Brazilian society? Where can we implement things that with the future coping with new epidemics that science affirms that we're going to have others, but we just don't know the date. It's not far away. So what do we have of learning? What do you think is actually being taught by this pandemic to us? First, I think it's very difficult for you to try to think about something positive amidst the biblical tragedy that we are living in Brazil. I cannot think about numbers without thinking about the families, the number of deaths that we see going up in the news, and not think that there is a chair fewer at the table, somebody that loved somebody else without grieving, without mourning, and without being able to bury. And I think the scar will last for a long time. It hurt deeply. We can get to the end of the year with 600,000 deaths. It's one of the largest cities in Brazil. It's dominating a whole city. So this is very, very hard. So I see 3 points. As you were speaking, I took note of 3 things. First thing that comes to mind is if we manage to get out of this crisis, I think it's at least a positive point. Brazil historically donated. We donated to our GDP. So billions, well, we have a Pentecostal churches pre-pandemic. It's this first month we donated threefold what we donated in a year. And this is very important. So the government not only mitigating the impact of health, but also the economic impact that affected everyone's lives, in addition to families that were supported by the emergency aid, but also entrepreneurs that had no kind of protection. I think that if it weren't for civil society organizing itself as it did, the pain would be even greater. That's the first point. Why has civil society organized itself as never happened before? We have great inequality in terms of access to education, digital access, financial. Middle class families were drained to great poverty almost overnight. So when we shed light to our inequalities, we have to think and rethink how we can mitigate that. How can we reduce inequalities in Brazil? How can we create opportunities for people wherever they are? These are 2 reflections. On one hand, the role of the state. I am liberal. I always think that the state, the mission of the state is in opening pathways, and the private initiative has to come in and take up the space. But it's clear to us that we have to rethink about the role of the state. The state needs to be present in supporting the population in public health. As we've seen now, the state must somehow be efficient to be more effective. Those that do not take care of their accounts cannot take care of their people. We need a modern digital state so that they can care for people in a better way. This brings us to rethink capitalism, almost to be more all-encompassing. I do not know any system of organizing society that has taken more people from poverty than capitalism. Socialism has been like that. All authoritarian dictatorship systems were not like that. Capitalism managed to do that. However, capitalism that we ran in the 20th century generated a lot of inequality too. So I think our mission in the 21st century is how to rethink about this capitalism. How can it be more modern? I think this week, since we are at the public health event, well, I haven't prepared these things, so I'm just being very candid here. Things coming from the bottom of my heart. What we had this week, we had move in public health that, in my view, were very important. So that points to this capitalism, looking at the 21st century, that comes from a man of almost 80 years of age. So it doesn't mean that whether you have a modern or Muslim. Joe Biden this week, the U.S. president, defends publicly the drop of patents of COVID-19 vaccine already developed. This is a very important movement for this capitalism 4.0. Let's defend the pharmaceutical lobby or this or that. This is not what we're talking about. We have a pandemic and we have to solve the problem. It's not profit at any cost. Let's negotiate properly how you can have your investment. How can you have a good business to you? But at some point, this patent has to be public for anyone who can produce the vaccine. So we have to mitigate the problem we are experiencing and its consequences. We need to end the pandemic and we have to resolve it. And be prepared for those that may come. Sorry if I've been too long in my answer, but you have to think about things that may not, well, what it may generate is, in us, is reflection as how we can improve as society and government. I am totally in agreement with you, Luciano, and your view regarding President Biden's initiative. One thing that we have to separate is that obviously industry, research invests a lot. Of course, they must have their financial return on their investments. That's normal, but we're talking about a situation that is totally out of the normal standard. We're talking about a pandemic in which all countries in the world are suffering a lot. And of course, there must be a solution that is negotiated, but also of social responsibility. It is this capitalism with social responsibility that you are defending. I think everybody shares. I fully share your view. I am favorable capitalism, but with social responsibility, it doesn't make any sense. Well, so much so that I think it's silly for us to only want the rich to have vaccines, because the poor will get vaccines, virus start transforming, and the vaccine that was made in Rio will have no effectiveness. It's of public and private interest. It's global and humankind interest that actions like those proposed by President Biden should be discussed, because countries have funded those research studies. Brazil encouraged through a technological commission so that the AstraZeneca would be developed. I assume that all the countries, the US did that with Moderna, Pfizer. They've invested a lot in research and with the risk of throwing the money away if nothing worked. Well, thank goodness it worked. And now it's time for us to rethink the way we conduct that. Congratulations, Luciana. Very good to hear from you. You're going to be president of the Republic, probably with your ideas regarding the country and everything. Luciano, tell me something. Based on this rationale, what kind of suggestions would you give to young entrepreneurs in Brazil so that they can persevere? What in your life as young entrepreneur, when you open the first bar until now to be this world celebrity, I ask you, what would you tell a young entrepreneur? What do you think they may learn from your trajectory and so many other Brazilians that have had successful entrepreneurship trajectories and also failures? What would you suggest?
Very interesting. First of all, thank you for your words. But I think that this has changed greatly. When I began to start businesses and work in businesses in the 80s, any young person with a good college education, with a firm, steady family, would get a job in a multinational spend 30 years working there, dedicating his whole career to a single job and finally become the CEO of the company. That was the standard. If you wanted to go around and start companies and generate capital, it was very unheard of unless you were already wealthy and established. So I was very young. I was 21 years old, and my father loaned me $4,000, and I paid him back after some time. So I didn't need to go to any banks. But this has changed greatly today. A young person who is creative and who has a good capabilities and skills to execute, they can go and get raise funds for angel capital, venture capital, seed capital, and it's, of course, much harder to start companies if you are in the peripheries and the poor communities, but this is changing now. I always tell my children, if you have creativity, ingenuity, initiative, capacity to execute, if you can make your dreams and your wishes come true, if you put that all together, things will be easier. And I think that the world is changing drastically. I was reading recently that this the main technology companies in the US, their employees stay with them for no more than 3 to 4 years. So you see an advanced economy that is looking for solutions to analogical problems that we have. We have so many opportunities in this changing world. Cryptocurrency, self-driving cars, mining in outer space, thinking about artificial intelligence in your smartphone, what we have in these small devices that we are accustomed to since we were born. So imagine what will happen in the next 15 years. So this universe is very powerful, and there's a lot of money. Interest rates are low, even negative in some parts of the world. There is money out there to be invested in new minds and new ideas and businesses. But on the other hand, and I would like to go back to this because I've been talking about this lately, is that we lack leaders. If you consider the new generation, very few of them are becoming politicians. And this ideal of serving others is not very common among this new generation of entrepreneurs. So this new generation that is getting wealthy so fast and early, they need to start thinking about developing leaders. We need to understand, Dr. Villar, that in an economy like Brazil, this is not good only for our conscience. It's good for the whole country. A continental country like Brazil with 210 million inhabitants. If you see this country as a consumer market, it is an oasis for anyone. So we have the Brazil cost. And as long as we don't deal with this, we will not have equality. Only the government can control this, and governments are led by politicians. So we need good capital for politicians who are ethical, who are true, who want to uphold our values and build a country that is better. If we don't do that, it will be no use being wonderful entrepreneurs if we don't have a consumer market that is good and efficient and organized. And therefore, we will be in a horrible situation. And Brazil is so lost. We have conducted this health crisis so poorly that nobody is trusting Brazil anymore. And when you lose trust, you know what happens. You lose credit. Credit is something that takes years, centuries to build and develop, and minutes to lose. So we need to go back to this path. So we are doing well on the entrepreneurial side, but we lack leadership, political leadership. If you are a good entrepreneur, you have access to credit, to capital, you can carry out your ideas. But we need to think about the other side, the leaders and politics. Very good. And this reflection will even fit into a question I want to ask you. We've been having brilliant minds that are simply fleeing Brazil and going to other countries. They're going to places where they can work better. So you have brilliant people in the northeast of Brazil, in the north, in the center, and going to São Paulo, concentrating these brilliant minds there because that's the only place where we have more opportunities. And also to other countries, such brilliant people who are leaving Brazil so that they can develop their work. So in Brazil, in our healthcare system, in all our areas, we need to have people who are thinkers, who are hard workers, who can work and who can identify the appearance of diseases. Brazil is too big. It is a continent. The diseases that affected my city up in the north, in Rio Grande do Norte state, are totally different from the diseases that affect other regions of Brazil. So we need to have a sanitary surveillance system functioning in real time with the smartphone connectivity to transmit data. So in real time, different has happened in one place, and with AI, we assess that with their algorithms, and then you identify the appearance of something new that we can interfere to avoid this chaos in which we are today. So how do you think we can retain these bright brains here in Brazil? This is a very important discussion, Josier. I participated in an event a few weeks ago with Brazil Conference. It's organized by Brazilian students who study at Harvard and MIT, and it is organized by Brazilians. I watched it, says Dr. Villar. So I am shocked when I see that most of those students don't even think of returning to Brazil. And this is very sad because we should be able to attract these bright minds. And if we can't attract what we have, it will be difficult to attract anything else. You talked about the different regions in Brazil. The southeast is the country's wealthiest area. But when you travel around Brazil, and right now I am in the studio where I present my show. And by the way, that's why my connection is so poor, and I'm sorry for that. So being participative in politics is not something that I have as a plan. I don't want to become the president of the country for the sake of it, but I travel around Brazil and I hear a lot of stories. And if you go to any point, you mentioned your city, Caicó. I've been close to your city. There's a honey production plant or farm that I visited. I visited places all over this country. I've seen tons of projects. I see the difference between slums in Rio or in Curitiba. I've seen all that close up. So there's such a big potential here when you can see the wealth of the different regions. The Amazon is such a wealthy region. We should develop it as our Silicon Valley with the potential for biotechnology, the potential in the Northeast with tourism and beaches and the agriculture. You have so much local beauty. You have agribusiness showing that there can be production with sustainability. So I think that the 21st century is showing to Brazil that you can do anything, anywhere in this country. You don't have to jump on a crowded bus and travel to São Paulo and work there alone for years and send money back to your family. No, you can develop your life wherever you're born, with your family, with your roots where they are. And I see this very, very strongly in Brazil. And I believe in that. And I'm not saying that because I want to please anyone. That is what I see, really. You also mentioned something else, which is public health and technology. You included that in your question about attracting talents. Well, a few days ago, I went to a small city in the state of Paraná. It was a really interesting family. They produced jeans, blue jeans at home, and it's a really nice shop, and the whole family was there. And I noticed that the wife of one of the sons who helped the father, owner of the business, had no hair and she was wearing a scarf. And I noticed that she was doing some kind of chemotherapy. And I can picture this in my mind. And I asked her, what happened to you? And she said, well, Luciano, my daughter, I had a 9-year-old daughter. There was another little girl there. She began to display some problem in her growing development process. And we went to the public healthcare system because we noticed something was wrong. So we went to the public clinic. And I said, how long did you have to wait for a doctor's visit? And she said, only 2 days to see a pediatrician. And I said, well, that's good. And so we went to this doctor and she thought there was something strange with the girl and she asked for some tests. And I asked, and what happened? We took 6 months to take the tests. So a child with a hormone development problem cannot wait for 6 months. So I asked them, then what do you do? Oh, we had to pay for the tests. How much? 3,000 reais. So that's more than the whole family earns in a month. They had to pay that for the child's tests. So we took the test and we went back to the same pediatrician. Was that fast? Yes, it was. So she looked at the tests. It could clearly be a sign of cancer somewhere because of that hormone dysfunction the little girl had. And she said that we had to go to the capital city, to a reference hospital. I think it's the Little Prince.
And that's where we went. And when we got there, the exams or the tests were not valid. We had to do tests again. That's why I say, and this is my life, the reality of people's lives, if the Brazilian public health system was digitized, if the clinical record networks were really integrated as they should be. I was reading a very good example of public health in Costa Rica, the 2 examples that I used here, because Costa Rica changed their procedure regarding their environment. It was a country that was very little careful with its environment, and some decades to now, They have redrafted, revitalized their forest today. It's a very powerful country from the standpoint of nature conservation or environmentally, and this is an excellent example of clinical record that Costa Rica has for all its citizens. So, why am I saying this? I think technology, when you combine it with health, when you combine it with education, in Brazil, you have people, the population that is digitized, you have more active chips than you have of citizens in Brazil. And we have a very analog government. Seeing what happened to education during the pandemic, the private school chain, students attending classes, and people from public schools actually working like heroes to provide education to their students. If the government that goes through education management, if the government doesn't really be turned into a digital platform, which the relationship with the citizens is open, they feel part of it, and owner of that, and they have access to digital technology, the government can no longer govern. So we have to have health tech for the government and for all the areas. This is very important for us to create shortcuts for many of our deficiencies or inefficiencies in the relationship between citizens and the state. This is something that is very important in terms of health. This is key. How can you board technology in the relationship of the citizens with the state in Brazil? If we don't do that, the chance of our having lack of government in the short term is huge. So this reflection is very interesting and totally timely, because if we do not have, you know, Luciano, you've been studying Brazil and listening to public policies and your active participation in the national debate. We have a public health system that is a civilizing accomplishment. Our public health system is what the simplest poor people have in terms of access. The problem of Brazilians is access. How can you ensure access to anything we want to talk about? Education, transportation, decent housing, and health. And this question of access to healthcare, we need to develop the industrial complex in Brazil. It doesn't make sense for us to exclusively depending on inputs from India, China, as it happened now during the pandemic, that we didn't even have masks. We had no gloves, no PPEs. So everything was imported, let alone more complex things like multi-parameter monitors and artificial respirators. I'm talking about very simple things that could be resolved and developed in Brazil. In this industrial complex of healthcare that I classify in 4 sub-items: pharmaceutical product industry, inputs industry, the chain of hospitals, and the 4th of innovation, that we need to create in healthcare innovation, so that, for example, telehealth can be implemented in an appropriate way. You've mentioned the case of this lady in the interstate area of Paraná state. And I've heard stories of people in the Amazon that are exposed to the sun and have a skin injury, and then the local health agent. We know that we only have dermatologists in 600 Brazilian municipalities. Brazil has 5,000, 6,000 or so municipalities. I can't quite recall the number. We only have a dermatologist in only 600 municipalities. Today, a well-trained health professional with a scope, they can look at that injury and they can actually transmit that so that a dermatologist could say, so this is just nothing, or this is a melanoma that needs to be quickly treated. We have to connect people, and this can only be done through innovation. And thus, to conclude, because I know your time is almost up, you have a meeting right after the hours. I'm not going to exploit your knowledge and your company. And how can we inform the Brazilian business community regarding investing in innovation in healthcare that is of the interest of the public sphere and private sphere? See that the pandemic closed and shut down the trade to defend people's lives so that this is not repeated. It is very important that we have this very well arranged, talked about with the business community, and we're talking about science and technology. And during a pandemic like this, we haven't seen the Ministry of Science and Technology in Brazil taking part of any initiative. It's certainly bizarre. And this is something that happened at this time. So I think we have to call upon everyone. What do you think, Luciana? How would you help to enable this to happen? I think it's interesting to have this reflection of yours, because I'm in favor of free trade. I'm for, as I said in the beginning, the state must be a driver of certain things. The market needs to take care of that. I'm an entrepreneur. I've done this all my life. I believe in the power of Brazilian industry of trade. There's networks. I believe in the potential of retail as a whole in Brazil. So I actually have great faith that part of our success, a great part of our success depends on our active civil society, the business community. However, sir, as I said, there are certain things that the state needs to be efficient. We are a country of 210 million inhabitants, and it's not for lack of money. You talked about inputs, masks, vaccines, the poor management in fighting the sanitary crisis we're living in Brazil. Nobody at all ever talked about money. So we had the financial aid, emergency aid. We managed to get the emergency aid. So if we have money to buy vaccines, to buy inputs, masks, respirators, PPEs, this has never been a problem for Brazil. We have a large state. We have major reserves. We're not talking about money. We're talking about inability to manage, lack of planning, vision, and country project. Why do I say that? The state has to take part in certain things. How can you lead reindustrialization? The state has to propose this path. How can you facilitate the business environment of entrepreneurs? This goes through structural reforms, the reform of the state that is decent, administrative reform, tax reform. We have to pave the way so that the business community, the industry, the small, medium, large-sized entrepreneur can actually and actively participate in society. But there are certain things that are up to the state. Public health is a state issue. The public health system is the most democratic system and accessible on the planet. It needs to gain efficiency and quality. Yes, the work has been done. It's just a matter of improving it. Public education. It's the duty of the state. When you talk about research, research has to be driven by the state. You know, public universities worldwide are the major science developers. See what happened to Brazil with Embrapa in the 1980s, with heavy state investment to develop new molecules, and research studied in Brazil was unique in the world, a tropical country and very productive. So we're reaping the fruits of the seeds sown by Embrapa in the 1980s. So today we produce food to feed 1 billion people worldwide, and people are starving in Brazil. It's a huge imbalance. We could produce for 3 billion in Brazil if we could. Of the 15% of the agricultural landowners produce over 80% of our production. If you can get productivity another 35, you triple the production. Why do I put that? Science. Well, has high cost, 22 million reais. So I was talking to a friend that has an institute, Criada. The budget of the institute that invests in science is higher than the fostering agency of the government, CNPq. So it's priority, and a country that does not invest in science does not invest in the future. I believe that science is the great driver, has to be the stage where universities, and then you take the private universities, there's very little investment in science and research. So yes, I believe we have to invest in science a lot. I do not think that this is a responsibility of the business community. It's the responsibility of the state, and the business community can support, can take part, can be close, can use the technology, use it in real life. But as I said, regarding education and healthcare, this has to be a priority of the state. Perfect. And this has been the priority that China, the United States, Korea, and so many other countries have given to innovation, to research and technology. And we have discouraged science in the past times, and this is very bad for Brazil. My dear Luciano Huck, I have no words of thanks to you. Well, our event has been wonderful. We gathered over 15,000 people over these past 4 days to discuss innovation in healthcare. It's been an honor to us to welcome you, to have you at this closing session with the golden key. You go into our home with a kindness and lightness and respecting all of us, and you end up being a very close friend of ours, even though we have never met personally. I'd like to embrace you, to you, Angelica, your children, because you're part of our family. Stay safe, healthy, and let us be always together in this fight for a healthier Brazil with fewer pharmacies and more education. Great hug to you, my dear Luciano, and congratulations to all of you who have been with us. Thank you, Josier, for the invitation, for everyone that has been with us. So also willing to discuss problem solutions. It's always good to start thinking and see if the ideas are in order and making sense. So thank you all very much. Those of you who have attended, thank you to Dr. Margaret Del Como, who has connected us. When you want to discuss public health, you can call me, because I'm very grateful to all healthcare professionals, to the industry, pharmaceutical industry, and all of those who have not let us down and alone amidst the pandemic. So thank you all very much. Yes, thank you very much for your words. Thank you. Thank you very much. See you next year. Unfortunately, we have reached the end of KISS 21. I want to thank you very much for your partnership. Thank you. They have been very intense days with great content. But I'd like to tell you that our debates are going to be available on our YouTube channel and also on our Trust. I'd like to thank very much the FIS initiative team and the participants of the event. Everything went wonderfully. We miss you already. KISS 21 has ended, but in November we're going to have FIS 21, the largest leadership event in Latin America, and now with great novelty, Simetria, ESG, first event in healthcare in Latin America. So follow this initiative in social media and help bring more people to trust. This platform is here to stay. It will continue active with your support, and it will become the largest healthcare ecosystem in Latin America. Let us transform healthcare together. Thank you very much once again for your attendance, and see you in November. See you.